just lets us sleep. Yeah, humans were so evil. Brains that often seem medieval. Even when we see that string and feel the tug, we can't help but sing. But I'm tired of sitting cynically, knowing people just like me will come together if we know how.
Bro, I wonder if anybody's awake. I'm starting so late. I think I'm taking tomorrow off, trying to fix it. I think so. What's up, Riot? Right, I think I'm taking tomorrow off to try and fix my schedule. Unless I can fall asleep early today, I'm gonna take tomorrow off. Let's just plan on tomorrow off, and then we'll see how it goes. Because if I give myself pressure about sleeping, it makes it harder to sleep. So I basically am not sleeping. Anyway, so I'm gonna take tomorrow off, I think. Figure it out. If there is a stream tomorrow, I somehow managed to sleep early or something. Am I gonna just take a freaking nap, bro? I can't fucking sleep, man. I'm not good at it. What are you guys up to? What did you do to your schedule? I don't know. It just drifted to the point it's at now. I'm not sleeping well. I'm not sleeping much at all. Because of my skin stuff, it just keeps me up. I'm just like... Peterson described it when he was talking about his whatever autoimmune issues he had, right? They were saying like, he just lays in bed and time passes. That's my sleep now. So I don't know how to fix it. I don't know. Hey Koji, thought you fixed that? God damn it! Well, I fixed it before. I think I probably gotta get a steroid shot, bro. I'm probably gonna bite the bullet and get a steroid shot. I hate going to the doctors though, bro. However, don't they have those like phone ones now? Like they could probably prescribe me some kind of like maybe pill steroid. I don't know. I need a steroid, I think, though. Can I go to the black market? Can I buy steroids on the black market? You can't you? Where do I buy them? Sorry, I guess I don't ask that on stream. Where do I buy black market steroids? I don't know. Telehealth, right? I think it was apple cider. He's running with apple cider vinegar. I like apple cider vinegar still. I use Stera cream to keep it tolerable. I use Stera cream too, like hydrocortisone. But now my skin burns, and if I scratch, like if I touch, you know, any of the bad parts, it burns. Like it's the ultimate itching. It's the ultimate itching. However, I'm a little better today than I've been recently. Like when I wake up, there's two really bad spots. There's a couple, but there's two really bad ones, like my elbows. Because you know your skin there is really susceptible to dryness because it moves around a lot, right? Your elbows, you guys know that. And they're all like, they're so dry and cut up. When I wake up, like I have to immediately put on the Benadryl cream so I don't itch when I wake up. But today they weren't so bad that I had to do that, so that's good. Maybe I'm healing. I think I'm winning against the skin fight. I don't know. But anyway, let's plan on taking tomorrow off, is what I'm saying. And I'll fix it. I'll figure it out and be on time again. If there is a stream tomorrow / tonight, then somehow I took a nap. CeraVe has an anti-itch moisturizer that I use. I find it's decent. It's good for burns and minor cuts. I've been thinking about just ripping out leaves from the aloe vera plant outside. I just don't know how I'd store the aloe vera after I rip open a leaf. See if that helps at all. I remember my grandmother, when I was young, used to always use aloe vera for any cuts, and they always healed well. I think I'm gonna do that. We have an aloe vera plant outside, little one. Well, it's not. Yeah, how am I gonna save the stuff? Like, how do you stop it from getting gross? I don't know. Just take small pieces at a time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know my grandmother used to do that. Rip open the thing and put on any cuts when I was little. When I was little and I lived with my grandparents, that's what they would do. When I'd like fall down and get scraped up, she would get the aloe vera off of one of the plants. She'd rip off a leaf. It worked. It was good. The cuts seal themselves. Said he had apple cider and couldn't sleep for a month. Oh yeah. Yeah, but to be fair, man, I understand that kind of allergic reaction now, though. It could happen. I've been there. No, but you're just telling me the context. I understand. Thank you. Sarah, yeah. Aloe is a good idea. Rub in and put the rest in the fridge, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. The cuts seal themselves. Yeah, suppose so. I just want to get my sleep schedule to exist. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, bro. It's fine. I'll figure it out. The point is, I'm gonna take tomorrow off, and there might still be a stream tomorrow. I don't want to say that. I like to think there will be, but it's just a matter of if I can get to sleep or not, right? And I assume I won't be able to. I assume I'm gonna end up staying up all day tomorrow, later today, until I get tired. Who knows? I don't even know how to take a nap, bro. Like, even when my skin is good, I don't know how to take a nap. I don't know if people do it. My brain won't shut off like that. Even taking drugs. I've taken drugs trying to sleep. My brain does not shut off. I was reading this thread on Twitter about Kanye. It's pretty similar to what I think. It brought up, like, how... Remember the messages from his personal trainer? They were like, we're gonna drug you, you motherfucker. Like, do you remember those? Like, people act like, call him crazy now. But don't you guys remember those fucking messages? Like, that his trainer tried to do to him? He's basically, the Twitter thread saying the same kind of thing I'm saying. I mean, I think. Which is that, like, he was meant to be like a plant, right? He's like Tupac or something. Like, the media and everybody liked him, and they promoted him, and so he became, and he is a creative, he's really good creatively. So he skyrocketed up in popularity, right? And they were fine with that. But then, at a certain point, he says no more to, like, he loses his kids. His wife is manipulating him, trying to control him, and using drugs and shit to keep him, like, under control, and the people around him. And then he says no, and so they take his kids, they take his whole family. Well, his wife was never really what he thought she was, probably, right? She was a widowmaker. She's a widowmaker in human form. Marrying a Kardashian, though, right? But look what his environment was. He didn't know what he was doing. Like, everyone around him was I mean, everyone around him was fake. The stream's been really good despite all this. Well, yeah, I'm glad about that. I didn't even know he was having problems. Yeah, I mean, I've been creatively and, like, stream-wise, I've been I think I've been on fire. I agree. I've been feeling really good about the streams. Yeah. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. I have been feeling pretty good about it too. Like, we've been doing good ones. The numbers are pretty good when we actually see them. Like, on the off days. You know what? I think they have to schedule the bots for times. I think that's why on our off days, did you notice there were no bots when I streamed the extra days this week? There were no bots. I'm pretty sure the numbers were no bot looking, right? So why was that the case? I think they have to program them, like they have to tell what time to turn them on. The ends dry out and leave the inside moist so you can cut out more later. I knew that. Oh, the aloe leaves you're talking about. So you're saying, okay, just cut off a little piece like Gio's saying and it'll seal up by itself? Okay, I had no idea. Okay, sure, I'll do that. I wasn't paying attention. That's interesting. What, to the stream you weren't paying attention? Oh, you mean the numbers, sorry. I was like, what? You're not watching the stream? Okay. No, yeah, it was like 22 people or something yesterday. Pretty much throughout this, most of the later part of the stream, it was like 20 something, which is good numbers for a manga reading stream, don't you think? But it was pretty consistent. It was like 20-ish people the whole time. Pretty consistent. Pretty much what numbers I expect to get, or you know, like good numbers for an off day. I think that I didn't plan and started late and all that. Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. But my point is, pretty sure they weren't botted either. So, today will probably be botted because they have it set up, I think, for these days. So our numbers will get fake and stupid. However, we should play into it. I think we should take advantage of it. Just act like they're real. Guys, I think we act... Oh, I set the wrong... Oh, no, this is fine. I think we act like the bots are real. We pretend they're real. What do you think? And then what? Then what? Then we look really popular, bro. Then they're doing the opposite of what they wanted. Then we're doing really well then. The people love Brother Fire 3, true. Or put in the fridge. Fridge could work too. Like you bring in a leaf and then take out bits so you don't have to constantly go outside. Okay. Fridge will work too. Okay. Pretty soon Cry will have an aloe farm instead of tomato farm. Maybe. But yeah, we have a plant outside. Aloe is way easier to grow than tomatoes. That's true. Well, I mean, you don't even have to do anything. Like, it just grows. It's almost like a weed in how persistent it is. Yeah. It's very persistent stuff, yes. Like, it doesn't care. We're in the fucking desert, man. It's got, you know, it's got no issues. It's very easy to grow. It's plant it and forget it. Yeah, it just grows. Yeah, it's basically a weed, yeah. Tomatoes, quote unquote. Oh, right. Yeah, I played Breath of Fire for a little bit. I know I'm starting late. I'm almost starting Carl time. But, whatever. You know, whatever. We had some I didn't water for like a year and they died. Then gave them to a friend and they watered them and they came back in no time. Yeah, sure. We used to discuss growing tomatoes here. Yeah, we did. I mean, I'd still discuss it, just no one's brought it up. What else, what else was I watching or talking about recently? Well, I found that quote that I really love, that the specialist is formerly ignorant of all that does not enter into his specialty. That's the coolest thing I've ever read. He is formerly ignorant of all that does not enter into his specialty. Because there's not something that describes specialized people more well than that. Specialists are really confident that they know everything, but they don't. They only know their particular specialty. They don't have a general education. Generally, they have. Yes, they get one in college, but not like a real one. Like they don't really know a lot of things. Back when the stream was fun. The stream better be fun, bro, because I've been killing my ass to do this stream. I've been liking it. I've been having a good time. I think, like Ryan said, I feel like we're doing pretty good, entertainment-wise and flow-wise and things like that. I'm pretty proud of it. I don't know, man. I mean, are we not doing great? I think so. Like, I think the stream's in a good spot right now. And we keep getting new people from like the YouTube spheres and things that stumble in here. Speaking of, I want to start the show with Leafy, like as a show we just do regularly, me and her, and then have whoever wants to have guests on, instead of like trying to do a big old panel show. And it'll just be me and her as like a co-host of like cringe of some type, and then whoever wants to come on, come on. If Grim wants to come on, he can come on. Whoever we can get. sometimes I wish Grim would use his freaking influence, like the power he has to get us guests or something, or people to talk to. But you know, I'm not owed that. But it would sure be nice. That mother ducker knows all kinds of people. Many less size. You keep moving. I've been doing many less size. Nice. I miss when the stream was fun. Sad face. Is it not fun right now? You sons of bitches. What's it called? Yeah, I gotta load up Call of Dragons real quick, guys. I'm just gonna casually play Call of Dragons. My favorite game now. Guys, you should consider supporting me on that website. I'm serious, okay? You should. For my benefit. Yes. You should. We're doing good, I think. Let me see. I think Stevie got some levels. Midnight's catching up to me in the leaderboard. Geo, shaking my head. 4th place. It's sad. It's sad. Geo's in 4th place. Very sad. Very sad state of affairs. Very sad state of affairs. I'm waiting for. I want that Moo MMO to come back, to have slots again, and then I'm gonna try that. Too. I tried Rise of Dragons, but didn't register and install, so I don't think it works. You might have to use a VPN to actually make it work, huh? Must not have your VPN on. Yeah, it says that. It says that, but I don't know. That's too bad, man. If I really gotta get people in certain regions, that hurts it a bit, huh? Because my audience is all over the place. Are you sure it didn't have to do with the stupid building thing? Okay, check out. I'll show you guys my game. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in the game. I've almost made it to the end of what I need to do. I need to get level 14. I'm gonna close the other copy of OBS real quick. It's like bugged out. I quit trying after the Geo problem. That's no good. We'll all just quit streaming then, dummy. I'll quit trying. How do you like that? This guy. Well, I'm done, I guess. Just stop trying. Well, stream had a good run. I'm done. Okay, you see the game? Oh, it's not, there's music. I'm gonna mute that. Get out of here, Linda. It's kind of like the Star Trek game. It's like the Star Trek game, kinda, but it's better, I think. I have fun playing it. I'm clicking these two things to get them. I had fun playing it until I got here. Now I'm kind of over it, though, to be honest with you. But I have to get level 14 for my city here. Let me see. I'm to 12. Alliance. You can always do all these stupid upgrade things. That's basically the game. But you get like a bunch of these. Let me show you. You get speed ups from all these like random things they do. All these little reward things. They'll give you speed ups a lot. Inactive for over 3 days. Where they These are random people I allowed into my alliance because they requested to join. I just click this, and I accept anybody that popped up. But I don't even know how they found me. I don't know how they found me. Midnight couldn't find me. Okay, I gotta click all my things to get them, whatever thing. But you get speed ups this way. The game will give you speed up things. To get to this point, I think if you're gonna try it to help me, just get to level 11. You can do that in like an hour. You can do that in like an hour. It wasn't too hard. Am I supposed to get this? What does it want me to do? Okay. Log in tomorrow. Okay, great. What is it? Why is it still a thing on it? Chance to win. Why are all these things notifying me? We can open chests real quick. Here, show you that. Poofed. Yeah, it's all quit. Yeah, it's just quit. It's VGO. Just give up. Well, I don't know. I guess the stream's done. Oh, these are artifacts, though. I don't want those, really. I don't really want those. Numerous types of resources. What is this? Okay. And it has these cool little levels that are kind of cool. I'll show you. I'll do one. Just to show you guys, to pitch you this game real quick. These guys, oh yeah, these guys give you keys. When you talk to these idiots. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. That doesn't matter. They give you, sometimes you get speed ups in there. Oh, I got one. When you talk to these idiots. You get keys or, whatever it is. I don't read any of this though. They're all weirdos. I don't want to talk to them. I just click the things. Yeah, I have those. This guy. Well, you ain't getting no prizes when I'm giving out prizes at the end of the month, mister. If you're not gonna try. No prizes for you. Prizes will go to Craggy Reeds, who's at the top of the list. And Stevie and Midnight. We will get all the prizes, and we're gonna eat all the food in front of you, and you won't be happy about that. We're gonna eat all the food in front of you that we get. We're gonna get pizza, and you're not gonna have any. How do you feel about that? Poofed. I'll show you. I want to show you guys the thing. I'm just clicking through all this nonsense you gotta do. I really did have fun for the start. Like, I didn't mind this game. It was way better than the Star Trek game, honestly. I'll show you. It's like a little Warcraft mode that's almost fun. It's almost fun. Yeah. It's almost fun, bro. It's almost fun. And you can build your base or whatever. That part's fun. Oh, here's what does it want me to do here? Oh, I get a stupid tree, man. I am Groot. I am Magic Groot. Great. Great. And you can use the different heroes you have on those missions, which is cool. No, leave me alone. Pay money. Also, if you spend $5 on the student efficiency thing, I get $18. And you make enough money for a gift card. I know I brought that up before, but I haven't spelled out how much I get. I get $18. If you spend $4.99 in this game on the efficiency first pack, I get $18. Isn't that crazy? Please consider if you can find a way to. I make $18 for $5. Fucking crazy. Then like there's money on the table for this stuff. But I still can't really get people to do it. It's like free money. Wow, let's open this key thing. It's like money just sitting there. It's free money? I'm telling you, it's free money. For real, man. Like, it really is. You could really support the stream almost for free, bro. Like even if you don't spend the $5 on the thing. I have one key. If you get to like level 11, you make the stream like, I think it's like $30. And then if you do buy the thing, it's like $50 in total. If you get to level 11, and then buy the $5 thing, you make the stream like $50. It's not a little amount of money. Okay. I want to show you guys the thing still. I'm just trying to make sure I'm doing whatever I can do. We're almost level 13, right? We need 14 now. I'm sure it's going to need some other stuff upgraded too. Because my alliance thing's level 9. But what you can do is you can use these things you have, right? And then try and reduce it. I used to have a bunch. I don't have as many anymore. As you can see. I almost have enough I can finish that, but I'm just gonna let it go now. I don't think it's worth it to try to get level 14, man. I think don't bother. I've been doing it for a while. It's too long. Just stop at 11 if you're gonna do this. 14's too far, man. It ain't worth it. Let me show you one of these little quests though. Now. How do I do them? I click something. This thing? No. I'm gonna show you the little mission. How do I do it? Pet sanctuary? What? Awesome. We have pets now? Are you kidding me? I don't want a pet, bro. I don't want a pet. Choose a war pet? I don't want to. Guys, which one should I pick? Sand lizard or lively and curious little fellows? They're always ready for adventure. Sapphire fade drakes are pretty, but they prefer to be left alone to practice magic. Looks too sassy for me. I'm saying no to this thing. All right, Snow Peak Rocks. Snow Peak Rocks are born hunters who always catch their prey. You know what it reminds me of? The hen hawk in or was it a little rooster? The hen hawk or the little rooster in that cartoon about the rooster. What was the rooster thing? Where it was like he was a rooster and you know what I'm talking about? Rooster cartoon. What's his name? Foghorn Leghorn in Foghorn Leghorn. This guy looks like the little hen hawk bird that would give him a hard time. You remember? What's up, Perry? Nice to see you, man. I'm I'm pitching this stupid game for a second before I play a game. What are you up to, man? I saw I watched a little bit of your math stream. Are you really trying to move away from drama stuff? I think you're my favorite drama guy to watch. Honestly, but that's because like most of the guys are fake. Like, then here's what I like about you, bro. I like that you stand by your opinions and you just fire. People are so afraid to do that now. I appreciate it. Just fire. Just blast them. What's the controversial opinion? I got tons of them, man. I don't know. I'm controversial on everything. I think the public school system is designed to retard people. I got tons of them though. I got tons of them. My whole view of the world is different than most people, I think. Call them out now. Okay, let me think. Let me think of some more. I think communism is a religion that operates on the dialectic. So here's how it works, in my opinion. You have the scientific method. You have the scientific inquiry, where you know what the scientific method is. You test, you observe, you come with an hypothesis, you test that hypothesis, you observe, you come with an hypothesis, you test the hypothesis, you observe. That cycle, right? That's one method of finding truth. There's another method of finding truth, which is something like the dialectic, where instead of trying to test, what you do is you're trying to find the truth between two perspectives or two people, right? Between this thesis and a antithesis, and then you arrive at the synthesis. And I think a lot of people that believe in that kind of structure are destroying society. Yeah, I do think so. I think people that believe in that kind of thing detach from reality and believe in fake things. Because I think you have to keep observing and testing. I don't think the truth lies. Here's an example, okay? Let's say I think the sun rises in the morning, right? Somebody else thinks it doesn't. So if I synthesize those things, I get further away from the truth. Sometimes somebody's right. We don't always try to find middle ground. Sometimes somebody is just right. Sometimes you're right or I'm right. Sometimes one of us is closer to the truth. If we believe in the middle ground, then we're just moving away from the truth. And that's intentional. That's intentionally designed, I believe. You want to hear another one? You really want controversial opinions? Hold on. Check this out. This is from the Communist Confession of Faith. I brought this up to you before. The Communist Confession of Faith, written by Engels before the Communist Manifesto, is the rough draft. This was only recently discovered too, like in the 90s they found a copy of this thing. Hold on. They found a... Yeah, there you go. Okay, now the most important part to me of the Communist Confession of Faith, also the Communist Manifesto was supposed to be a... What do they call these? These are like religious documents where they have a question and answer kind of format like they're doing here. There's a name for it, for that kind of religious document. I forget what it's called though, that kind of style. They originally wanted it, but then Engels and Marx decided to drop it, and they you know, went with what you get now, the Communist Manifesto. But something very interesting here to me is near the end here. I'm out of music. Wait, hold on. Can't be out of music, bro. I need to listen to something. How about this? There you go. Reading of this. Okay. Now the most important part here, most controversial part possibly. Look at this, okay? How were you first met? Blah blah blah. Okay, so the goal of communism, of course, is to eliminate private property, make it community property, and liberate everybody into the all production of everyone. Right? Marx talks about that endlessly. But here it describes, they're asking questions. How do we get there? How do we go from where we are now to exist under communism? Well, here we go. How do you do this? Number one, by limiting private property in such a way that it gradually prepares the way for its transformation into social property, e.g. by progressive taxation, limitation of the right inheritance in favor of the state, etc., etc. Now this one isn't all that important, but we do have progressive taxation now. We do also tax people when they die, but this isn't all that important. Number two, by employing workers in national workshops and factories and on national estates like academia, like colleges. Number three, by educating all children at the expense of the state. Now this was written before public schools rolled out in America. This was written in 1847. That's public schools rolled out by Horace Mann. I mean, was advocated for by Horace Mann. And at first people voted against it. Horace Mann got his idea from where? What country did he get it from? Take a guess. A very similar one to... All bad ideas come from one area of the world, bro. Prussia. Prussia is the answer. The answer is Prussia. Of course, Prussia is the school system that famously said Albert Einstein was an idiot, right? Would never lead to anything. They didn't say idiot. They said his teacher said he would never do anything. He said Albert Einstein would never do anything. He did end up going to some kind of like specialized school for like, you know, like people that missed school. He cleared it like in a year or something to get his degree, and then he went on to college. But he did drop out for a while. He did drop out of the regular school. Anyways, and this question right here: how will you arrange this kind of education during the period of transition? All children will be educated in state establishments from the time when they can do without the first maternal care. So like 5 years old. And here's another important question here at the end, okay? Do communists reject existing religions? These are one of the most important things right here. All religions which have existed hitherto were expressions of historical stages of development of individual peoples or groups of people. But communism is that stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and supersedes them. Now they tell you communism is what? An economic system. Okay, well then why does it supersede religion? That doesn't make sense. Capitalism doesn't supersede religion. Why does communism supersede religion, unless it is a religion. They're basically making the case here that it's something beyond religion. It's religion, something beyond it. It's something like religion. You're doing a fallacy right now? How come? I forgot the name. You better back it up, Perry. What fallacy am I doing? You can't just name fallacy. That's silly. You gotta back it up. Just explain to me what's wrong with my reasoning, and I'll see if I agree or if I can adjust it for you. But I don't agree with the name of fallacy, and that it invalidates the point. Game. Attract? What's the fallacy? Just tell me where I'm wrong in my reasoning, and I'll try and see if I can fix it, or if I am wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. If I'm messing something up, I'll admit it. What else? What other ones I got? Well, so if communism is a religion, in my opinion, it's a religion that has conquered all pretty much every establishment we have, at least in America. I don't know about in Malta, but in America, almost every establishment has been conquered by this, in my opinion. I doxed your phone number and I'm phoning you right now using the phone. Oh, you know my phone number? Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't have notifications on. I got you, hold on. Let me... Do I have it on the thing? Hold on, let me turn the music off. I got you. Can you hear me? Hold on. Am I not... I don't have my mic on. Hold on, sorry. Hold on, sorry. I'm not trying to. Okay. This guy. Oh, it's alt. Sorry, I moved my push-to-talk key. What's up, Harry? Let me turn you up. Oh, you're not on stream. Hold on.
And it advocates for this particular idea, which is public schooling or something else,
True.
Right? And then you're saying, oh, but we have that now, therefore it's a bad idea because the place where it originates from, the communism, is from this cultist.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Well, that seems like what you're saying. You're saying, well, as you can see, well, it seems you are against public school because you did say that.
I am against public school, yes, yeah, but I have other reasons for that.
Oh, okay. So you're just pointing out.
I'm pointing out. Yeah, I'm not saying that's not. I'm not building that my whole argument on why public school is bad.
You were building out your entire worldview, and it was all connected. But these are two separate points.
Yes. Well, the point I'm kind of trying to make there is that communism does push for public school. I'm not making there that it is why it's bad. I'm just making the point that communism wants public school. I'm not making the point why it's bad in that case there.
All right, wise guy. Well, you got me. I thought you were making a point there. You were just reading the manifesto thing. I mean, I'm sure that like Lenin or whoever wrote that was like, being pretty cult-like. It's like a whole new ideology. So it's always going to come off as cult-like. But I think you're saying it would replace religion. I don't see how, just because it supersedes religion. Because basically, from what I understand, communism is just saying that like religion is like an antiquated form of control, right? So it wouldn't be about superseding the religion. It would be in sort of like it's like saying. I mean, I guess people do say atheism supersedes religion, but usually the way I see it, it's more so to do with the idea that like if you're an atheist, it's not that your religion is atheism. It's that the ideas and the values that and the benefits that religions would give sort of like don't see value in them in the same way. So I wouldn't say it's wanting to be a religion in that way. I think there are other things you can point at to say, oh, look, they're trying to be a religion in this way, like where they, basically have like these whole assemblies and they read it at schools or whatever. You can point other stuff out, but just saying that it wants to get rid of religion, I don't think that's enough to say that it wants to be a religion.
Okay. Well, sure, but I'm trying to kind of paint the idea that Engels was trying to, I mean, viewed it as something like a religion. I do agree on the atheist thing. I'm an atheist myself, but I don't think that means that's a religion. I don't think that at all. I don't think like anybody that's
Right. So,
atheist is has a religion that's atheism.
right. So you, I mean, I'm sure there is stuff with like some, especially. I mean, you could just see it in practice with the way that like the church was eventually reintroduced into Soviet Russia as
Uh-huh.
like a tool of the state or whatever. You can point stuff out to say that the communist things they want like the sort of locus of control that religion has, and
Yes,
so
yeah.
to them it kind of comes off as religious way. But you can't point that. You can find it out, but not from the stuff you're pointing out. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, I kind of overall I'd agree with you, but you don't have you haven't found the Lego blocks that you need to build the Lego set yet.
Sure, I'm not trying to build that too much right this minute. That it's religion.
All right.
I'm
Yeah. Well,
mainly
listen, motherfucker.
yeah.
What
Go
you're
ahead.
doing though is you're saying, "Look, I built the Lego set." So you are trying to build this.
Well, we
Insane
can keep
bun.
going, bro. I can give you some more pieces I have to the Lego set if you want.
Fine. Jeez.
Okay. So for example, another thing that I think points to it being religion is have you read Marx at all or no?
Not really. I read Peter Kropotkin
You
book
sure?
once,
I've
and
read them.
like,
Yeah. I'm a believer in
I don't remember
mutual
much
aid. I'm a
else.
believer in a lot of the stuff he proposed.
Uh huh.
I think mutual aid is pretty solid.
Right. Uh, yeah. No. It seems like as an idea, it's like pretty straightforward. But yeah, I agree with it. But what is it that you want to say about Marx? Just
Okay.
mutual aid thing?
Okay. Well, so his view is basically like to me seems almost religious in the pursuit of a all shared production, which he describes it a bunch of times, right? He describes communism as the stage of history where all production is shared universally. Um, I think that's like a spiritual belief. I don't think that's really like something you could really aim for.
Um. Well, so something being unrealistic makes it like a spiritual belief. Like if I said, is John Lennon Imagine a spiritual song? I think it's like,
Hmm.
I mean, in a way, I mean, I know him and Yoko Ono are like weirdos, but like, is the idea Imagine there's no war or whatever? Is that spiritual just because it's very unrealistic? I feel like that's not the thing that makes it spiritual. Again, it's like it sort
Okay.
of
What do you
coincides with
think
all the
of
spiritual
as
stuff, but
spiritual? Because I mean, if I want to make the case to you specifically, what do you think of as spiritual, or what do you think religion is?
I guess religion would be something where it's like you're sort of I don't know. It's like you're giving yourself up to a higher power,
Uh-huh.
kind of, I guess. But then you'd have stuff like maybe Buddhism or whatever, where it's like, but then you're giving yourself up to like a sort of instead of being a particular power, it's like a particular goal, which would be nirvana or whatever. So it
Uh-huh.
would be like a community of people who are all sort of eschewing their own personal desires to fight towards ideals, which
The
ultimately
greater
goes into
good.
some sort of higher ideal. Not necessarily greater good, but yeah, so something like that.
So how?
Same.
Well, you don't think communism fits that because they have the idea of the proletariat rising up and then reaching a state past that, architected by the proletariat of like no state, the state fades away. It's kind of
No,
like a
you're right.
utopia.
No, my definition of religion was gay and retarded. That's true. Because by that logic, a bunch of like idea. Cause would you say like
Hmm.
fucking like every political purview wants things to be
Sure.
better,
Yeah.
right? So would you say those are religions? So my definition of religion was stupid, but
It's
but
okay.
also no, I wouldn't agree that it is because it's just my
Okay.
religion. My definition is wrong. Because then you could say as republicanism. I mean, most political parties want to push things towards a more ideal state, right? So
Sure.
hold on, let me think of a better definition in my head.
Well, I'll give you my definition too, but I am curious of your definition. I think of religion as like the codification of a set of stories in order to create like a certain type of people with shared ideas. That's what I think a religion is.
Commodifications of stories to creative people who share. Well, the issue is like I'm actually okay with the use of the word religion to be vaguer, right? Like I would say
Hmm.
that like I don't know. I'm okay if somebody wants to call like communism religion, but I think they'd also have to like call like liberalism and individualism a religion. I guess in that esoteric sense. So I guess the way I would see it is that like religions usually have this historic basis in like these being worshipped in a particular way and in such particular practices. But then if you want to use the word religion in a more kind of generalized sense, then I can see how you could call communism religion. But I would ask you if you think that stuff like liberalism, individualism, or stuff like that could be considered religion, because I think that you could make the case using that any definition that you use to make communism a religion, which I wouldn't even be against. Well, you could use to do liberalism or stuff like that. So I'd be curious: do you agree that those could also be considered religions, or do you think there's something unique about communism?
Well, I'd have to. What do you mean by liberalism? Before I agree, I might agree.
Well, I just I guess the idea that like people are right to like express themselves upon the world and have certain freedoms of opportunities, whatever. Just imagine the fucking American manifesto. What's it called? What's it
Declaration
called?
of Independence.
Thing they wrote. Yeah, sure that. Yeah, sure. Like you could just say that's like a religion, right? I think by the same logic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a framework kind of that's kind of religious in the Declaration. Yeah, you're not wrong on that. I agree.
All right. Well, now this sucks. I'm throwing my toys out the pram because this is boring.
Okay. Yeah. We need to find something we disagree on, Perry. We need to find something we disagree on.
I think public schools are probably good.
Nice. Yeah, let's do that.
Then. Just like I don't think they're I mean, if you're going to make the point that's the current educational syllabus that most public schools in the Western world and also the Eastern world, with like China, whatever, have is like very rigid and not leading to like good outcomes for students. I would agree with that, but I think the idea that like there are public schools available and they are funded by some sort of state, I don't think that's like necessarily bad. I just think that in practice right now they're like bad in a lot of functional ways. So I don't even know. What do you think?
Okay, I think I'm not totally against the whole concept of schooling. I do think in practice, if the state is the one dictating what the schools will do, I think it's always going to go corrupt. And if it's top down that way, it's not going to serve the students, because they don't know, like the state doesn't know what the local area kids need to learn that's of value to them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they might need specific skill sets.
Describing a rigid state top-down position. There's like plenty of governmental institutions that require more fine-tuned approaches the lower down you go, right? Like that's like saying, well, in practice any situation where a state decides what laws there are is going to lead to people not knowing the details, but that's why we have judges, right? So in the same way you would say that laws are okay because we can have like individual fine-tuning through judges or whatever, you could say that state education is okay because we could have individual syllabuses based on like more rural, more urban environments, stuff like that, right?
We could do if we were to minimize the top down nature of it, and we still had it be state. I could maybe be swayed to it, but it's only if it was very minimal. And I think it'd still be better done by people at the local level, at their actual like community schools, is what I would be for. I'd be for community schools, homeschool, a mix of like homeschooling and like local activities, things like that. That's what I would advocate for, not the state being involved at all.
When you say state being involved, like in curriculum or in funding, because I mean, ideally, if everyone could fund if every community could fund themselves, that'd be okay. But obviously, you have issues with, then you just have like, I guess it's in the US where you have like certain neighborhoods have like really dog shit schools.
I grew up in
like, we should fund them better. Then they say, oh no, you just have busing so you can go to the rich neighborhoods or that. So for funding, I think that there should be some sort of like minimum amounts or amounts allocated to schools to make sure that they have high quality that's disentangled from the economic ability of that location. And then for ideology, I mean, I don't think there should be like enforced things, maybe, but maybe you should like do the opposite. You should have like things that they're not allowed to talk about. I don't know. I think I was gonna say like fucking the evolution creationism thing. I don't know how is that in the US. Do you still get the schools get to choose? Is it like required?
You're not really. It depends on the state. Some states in the South they're allowed to teach it, and generally they don't. It's not part of the curriculum though. In general, it's not.
Like I guess I would say I don't know. I guess I would say like it's okay for the state to say you can't force your kids to have like Catholic lessons, because if it's a state school, there needs to be freedom of religion. So if there's like a Muslim student, they don't have to go to those lessons. Stuff like that, as far as curriculum control, I'd be okay with. And then when it comes to having standards, as far as like, oh, what kind of math we're going to teach them, I mean, maybe the state should get involved. But I think that there's like good track records from like just scholastic boards doing stuff like that.
Sure. I got a more general
So
question for you, Perry.
uh-huh.
Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. So this is more like a maybe philosophical or general relation to government kind of thing. On what grounds do you think society stands to tell people that they can't teach their kids like religious lessons and things?
That people, I don't think that society can say to an individual family unit that they can't teach their children things. But I think that if the state would have the ability, because if it's state funding a school, that's where they would get the right to do that. I mean, from a moral point of view, whether or not you want like somebody to teach their kids religious thing, you can say that the way I can say that. But as far as the state doing it, the only locus of control they would have is through the fact that they would be giving funding. And then if you're going to do this, then we're not going to.
Right. I agree. So like, but that's the reason why I'd rather not have the state funding involved, because the state comes with strings.
Yeah, but aren't some of those? I mean, those strings can be bad and they can be good, right? I mean,
Sure.
I'm sure you'd agree there are some things that the state. So, I guess you're saying that usually the strings are bad. And I would say,
I would make
don't
that
really
case.
see, I don't see a lot of cases where the strings are really in the modern day. Right now in the US, are there cases where the strings are that bad? I haven't really.
I would say
in tune with the schooling system.
I would say yes. Now, yeah, I would definitely say yes. I grew up in Las Vegas, and I went to a poor school, and we had shit like, bro, I saw a drive-by when I was like 11 years old. This was a bad school, and like,
I mean,
go ahead.
The neighborhood sounds bad. Was the drive-by in the school? What do you mean
there was a drive-by that I saw, and then there was also a drive-by in the neighborhood of the school that I didn't see. It was like down the street.
Right, but you're saying that reflects poorly on the school. That sounds. I mean, obviously it's a shit neighborhood. Obviously, it sounds like.
Well, I'm not saying that's why the school is bad. I'm saying like the situation is one where the local community doesn't have the money, right, to support the school, so money comes from the outside.
Right.
And in that situation, the school blows also. It's not, I mean, I'm not building that's caused why, but I'm saying the school did suck. Like we didn't have enough books because kids would like destroy the book. So you had to like share a book in the classroom. You'd have to come in and look at one. You couldn't take anything home. They had lots of rules like that. And it was a really in practice, any city school seems to run that way. So the state strings are, if they're not, I don't know, if I can make a really strong case how much they are hurting it. They're definitely not doing anything to uplift it.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Well, what's the alternative, right? It seems like the alternative would be that there isn't state funding, and then it would still be a poor school, so they would still have those issues with books or whatever.
Sure.
So that's why I understand it's like a bad situation. The state doesn't seem to be helping that much, but it doesn't seem to be hurting that much either. No.
Well, do you think the state is better to do it, or do you think charity has a place there, or no?
Well, I think whoever does it is best to do it. I mean, if charities would like to get involved to increase, like let's say the minimum we have is like a 10 of whatever school level. 10 level 10 school level is the minimum we want, right?
Sure.
If a charity, if the state's there to say everything's minimum 10, and then a charity's like, oh, we want everything to be minimum 15. I'm okay with that. I'm just but like even in your story, no, obviously it's your life. I don't want to like sit here and say
no, it's okay.
That,
you can say whatever.
Watching a drive-by was really cool. I don't want to say that. I mean, it sounds cool to me because we don't have guns here, but it sounds really cool. But I'm not going to say it's cool, right? But like in that story, I don't see how the state is the one causing things to be worse than they are. Obviously, I agree that there should be other methods other than the state, and obviously any situation where we only have one thing that's controlling everything is bad. But that doesn't mean that the that the state is causing things to be that way, I guess.
Well, you're on a good point right there, right? Because what is like one of the main arguments is that for like communism stuff is that a monopoly is bad, right? So don't we get like with if state runs the schools, don't we end up in a situation where they have a monopoly on those jobs and professions and that resource of teacher?
That would be a monopoly if only they are allowed to run schools. But I believe in the US and I know in Malta at least, like it's not just the state that can run.
No, that's true, but they have the curriculum that the teachers still need teaching degrees. in private school.
Right, but universities are usually right, and you're saying the teaching degrees would come from, I guess, universities or whatever. But I believe, I mean, there are some state universities, there are some non-state ones. I guess the issue would come if the state's like, you have to have this really particular teaching degree in order to teach, or and you have to have this really. Again, the issue would be in how the state runs the school. I agree, it could overstep its way. I just, in the current, I can't give an example where that has happened. So I can't say, oh, okay. Like, if you could point to me, like, because I understand, I'm not saying you're saying this, but I know people are like, well, they're making our teachers force children to be trans or whatever, right? Like, that's like a version of a concern that could do with the state enforcing certain curriculum, but I don't think that's like a realistic thing that's happening. So, but I can imagine one that is, but it seems like whatever checks and balances exist are doing a good job of stopping that negative externality from occurring, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that'd be hard to make because, like, in America, every trend that's like, I don't know, that you could say is any kind of developmental connection, like mental issues, depression, all this shit, it's all on the rise.
Well, you see how there's like a tangent, right, from what I'm saying. You don't really directly respond to what I'm saying, man. This hurts my feelings.
Sure. Well, I'm not trying to. Could you rephrase it again? I'll think about it.
Oh, I see. You don't like fucking respect me. I see.
No, I do, man. I listened to it. I kind of thought it was related though. So let me hear it again and all.
Well, no, I'm saying, because I was saying something about how you're saying, well, the state could enforce particular like the things which we wouldn't want a state to have power over. Because I was saying, oh, it's fine if they say, oh, you can't force people to do religion, but you're saying, well, they could force things to be bad, and I'd say I can't really an example of that. And you're saying, well, depression and stuff's on the rise, but I don't see how that's directly related. I agree it's on the rise, but I don't think that's all because of public schooling. I'm sure there's plenty of reasons.
Okay. Well, okay, sure, I got you. Well, I think it probably is because of public school. Because one, the results of the school has been going down too. Like amount of kids. There's this thing called the National Report Card, and it tracks like how many kids are by their standards like certified in each skill, right? Like qualified enough in each skill, and it gets worse and worse pretty much every year. It's down to like, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it's like 18% of kids like pass like the certified, for them, the National Report Card in like world history. American history is like, I don't know, similar numbers, like 20%. And I think those correlations are worth pointing to, because like, if it's not school, what would you make the case it is?
For why things in the and
like mental illnesses, depressions, autism, ADHD, dyslexia.
In the US? I think for autism, I can't give a non-soy answer, so I'm going to hold my tongue, because all my answers are soy, and they make me sound like Destiny, and I hate that guy. So I don't
no, he sucks. Yeah,
because I fuck that guy, man. I don't want to sound like him.
Right.
But if I was gonna sound like him, I'd probably say something like, oh, probably has to do with something the internet, something.
Internet's couldn't play a role.
Lack
Sure.
of community, lack of community that's like occurred in the recent decades. Something. Over more awareness of the existence of these ADHD, autism.
Sure, like there's some number that's yeah.
Right, and then I would keep saying stuff like that, and then eventually I would probably sexually assault a woman without their
consent. Right. Yeah.
I'd rather not get that far.
Sure. Yeah. Don't do that.
I'm gonna stop here.
Okay. Also, okay. Sure. What about, speaking of sexual assault, what profession in America do you think has the most cases of child abuse?
Well, no, I know it's probably going to be the ones closest to children.
Yeah, it's teachers. People, it's teachers.
Teachers, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Right, but that's any situation where you have a teacher. I mean, I don't see how private teachers...
Well, I'm not...
sexual abuse is a factor of access to children, right?
It is, yes, but...
The more time you have around children exclusively, the more you're going to be able to do it. So, it being private or public.
I agree.
I assume right now private teachers are less likely to do it, just because there are like higher, probably
Right.
if you're a private school teacher, you're, you know, basically more,
And they
high praise,
can
it's like
actually
it's a
get
higher standard
fired.
or whatever.
Public schools,
So
what
you're gonna get
happens if you
fired
get
to,
caught? You get like
there's
moved
more
to.
like yeah, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So but I don't think that's like an inherent thing to do with public schools. I think that's like an issue with enforcement or whatever, right? Like
Well, I think you were right when you said it's access.
it's access, sure. Yeah, it is access. It's unmonitored access to children. The more that happens, the more likely any kind of, you know, child sexual abuses is
Yeah,
going to happen.
yeah, agreed.
And obviously, and yeah. So, but I mean, that's just like, you know, I wouldn't say, oh, so we should put all kids in like fucking colonies on Mars so that they're not around.
Well, I'm not
people, right?
saying that. I had the
You need to
opposite.
have, no, I know you're not saying that either.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it seems to me the solution there would be to have more regulations, more, you know, moderation over places where you think it's most likely abuse will occur, right? That's what it would seem like to me.
My ideal would
yeah,
be to have community schooling where anybody can come by, so like adults aren't just alone with children in a room.
I mean, sure, if there wants to be like more openness to schools, if that's like one solution,
that would be my idea.
But just because there's a community, just because it's like a lower level community, I'm sure there's plenty of less statewide organization, less, you know, federal, more statewide institutions which have rapes and have cover-ups, and you can have even the opposite incentives where it's like, oh, well, that's Danny. I've known him since I was a young lad. I don't want to. Maybe he was just innocently giving her a back rub, right? So you can have the exact opposite arguments where, right, in those situations. So
yeah, true.
But no, I mean, I agree. You want more, you know, kind of like, you know, awareness, less cases where, you know, people who shouldn't be trusted around children can be around, which is to say, like, mostly men, I guess.
Yeah,
be around them for long, prolonged periods of time.
Women do it too, but yeah.
Yeah, they do, but I think statistically it's more men.
You're right. It is more men. When the school, not the school I was talking about, but a school I lived by later, there was a coach. It was a male coach that abused female team on the female team, and then after they fired him, they hired a lesbian on purpose, and she then abused the girls too.
Seems like that's just like bad.
Bad luck or something.
Like kind of. It's like, oh well, as long as she's a dyke. I mean,
really yeah, that was pretty silly.
I shouldn't have said dyke. Isn't that a slur?
It's not. It's not a hard slur. It's a soft slur.
Sorry, I was just saying it's in order to use the antiquated language that an old retard would say if they came up with that idea. Sure, I didn't mean it as actually. I have no hatred towards lesbians. I don't. I
don't either. I got no issues.
I just want to clarify, Cracky. If you're a lesbian, I'm not like anti you.
Right.
I hope I didn't make you uncomfortable by saying dyke. I just really hope I didn't do that.
I think lesbians, in my experience, do use the word dyke themselves, but I do think it's kind of like it's one of those words that if you used it rude towards them, you would be using a slur, right? That's why I'm saying like soft slur, I think.
Oh. Well, my point is I wouldn't ever say that to you in a rude way.
Okay, well, you're good. You're good. Okay, well, what about, what criteria, what statistic that is going down could we at all point to public school? Because we also got, like, in America, right? Well, you heard that, I'm sure you heard the stat about reading comprehension, how most people can't read above a 6th grade level in America.
No, yeah, I know that, but honestly, I don't know enough about the reading stats and what they used to look like.
Sure.
It wouldn't surprise me if in the 80s it was probably comparable. I mean, sure, there were probably more hobbies that involved reading, but at the same time, there was less requirement to read in jobs. So I'd say it's bad. It sounds bad. I honestly, it is out of context. I'd have to know what other stats look like in other countries and over time. And
sure.
Like that, right? Plus, if you want to point out stats, there's always the gating that's, you know, disgusting subhuman soy munchers like me do, where they're like, well, what about just make everything like Finland? Well, I could just say that, right? So
I don't know how Finland runs. I don't know enough about it. I know people make that point.
Say, well, they have better statistics, so I win.
Yeah, people do that. You're right, and it is a cheap, lame tap out. True. Okay, so is there? What would you need to see to ask question? Okay, here's another example. How come we don't? Do you think we should have teachers pass some kind of psychiatric evaluation?
Um, yeah, probably. I don't know.
Probably, right?
I'm not saying it has to be like super intense, but
I'm not either.
probably something like that.
Something,
I
right?
mean, yeah, there's like there's obviously like the implicit like having a high criteria for someone to get a teaching degree is in a way in of itself a psychological evaluation, right? Because obviously if somebody's very impulsive, if they're
Uh-huh.
very they're less likely to be able to get a teaching degree, which in a way is sort of like sifting out all the people who would be too impulsive to act from being teachers. But other than that, yeah, I'm sure there should be some
Sure.
standards or whatever
Well,
to
yeah, there
because
isn't really.
you know
There isn't any.
in high risk areas, maybe if you're a
Yeah,
high risk
sure.
person, maybe that's
Agreed.
a psychological evaluation.
Well, we do it to
Obviously, there's
cops.
always the issue of cost, and there aren't many teachers, so that's like a whole other thing.
Mm.
I mean, should there be that? Yeah, but then you have to see like, is it realistic based on there's already like barely
My
enough teachers,
issue
right?
with
So
yeah, my issue with that though
yeah,
is teachers, superintendents get a six-figure salary. So like built into their system, some people are abusing it. Not well, some people are taking a big bag and then they're making like the regular teachers not able to do that. It's not. It's like this. It's like the state's fault that teachers aren't paid enough, not regular people's fault. You know.
we need more regular attendants and less superintendents. Is that what you're saying?
Well, those are like those are people above the school. Like they're you have like you have the principal like that's in that school, and then superintendent's like above that. Like they're in charge of multiple schools.
All right. Well, again, this is like another case where yeah, I'm sure superintendents. I don't even think we have. I'm sure we have like an equivalent, but I've only heard of superintendents from The Simpsons, right? So
Sure.
whatever systems there are in place, I would agree they're probably not ideal. And I'm sure there is some impact. That's the low level of schooling in the U.S. And a lot of the country public schooling has on all of the depression and other stuff. You
Hmm.
know, all of those statistics. It's just I wouldn't say this is like inherently an issue with public schooling. I would say this is an issue with the implementation. And then I would point to Finland and win.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, this is about winning. Whatever, man. That's fine. But
No, it is, and I did. So
sure, sure,
get
sure.
on. But you were
All
gonna say,
all
you were
right, all
saying,
right, all right. So, what do you think about where do you think the American? Do you know where the American model of public schooling came from, and what we copied to come up with it?
no.
It was the Prussian
I
model.
figure,
It was the Prussian
uh,
model. Horace
I figured it
Mann
was like
did
based
it.
on the military or whatever.
You would
Right?
think. You would think. Well, it kind of is, right? Because Prussia rolled out theirs to when they were like expanding, right? So the idea was to make a uniform like citizen that, is on the same page and goes along with stuff. That's basically the model Prussia had, right?
Right.
So
Mhm.
we copied that, and that was what was rolled out. I think from its inception, it serves more to defang the populace more than it does to educate anyone. That's my belief, and I do have some evidence if you want evidence regarding that.
Defang the populace.
Hmm.
It's just if there weren't public schools, I feel like it seems to me. What about the? What comes to me is like the obvious issue of there's just going to be a bunch of people who are
Dumb.
like below. Right now, there's like a bunch of people who only have a high school education. There'll be
Hmm.
people like below school education, and it's like I'm not saying that a lot of. I mean, even in my personal experience, a lot of like middle school, primary school, even some high school is like a waste of time.
Yeah.
Right, just like babysitting, right? Oh, that's the other thing is there's the whole babysitting argument where it's like gives the parents, every parent the ability to have some free time
Hmm.
around taking care of their kids. But it seems to me like there is some benefits in having everyone be at a base level. And I don't know where that would come from otherwise. Obviously, communities would be incentivized to give it, because they would be ideally they'd be incentivized to give it, but I feel like you're sort of like rolling the dice more times than if you have one sort of state mandated minimum. If maybe there could be a system where if you can like show, I mean, isn't homeschooling a thing in the US where you can show
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah.
showing your kids
Yeah. It depends on the
based
state
on
what you
one
do. Yeah.
criteria? Yeah. But then the issue my issue with homeschooling is it sounds gross and creepy and weird, and
If they don't get to see any other kids.
yeah, that's the issue with that. So maybe if there
Mhm.
was like more, sort of not home schools, but like group
Yeah.
schools,
I'm with you on
uh,
that.
or ancillary from the US or something. But I don't think that. I mean, and I would encourage. I guess I would encourage if those schools have better outcomes, people to look forward to them, or even to just experiment or whatever. It's just
Agreed.
but so I sort of lost track of what I was saying.
It's
But
okay. It's
overall, I mean,
okay.
I'm not like too against what you're saying. I just I don't say that's something that like means public schooling is inherently needs to be getting.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna keep trying to. These are kind of isolated points. I mean, isolated things here that I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you like two things. One, there's this thing called the Wilson effect. Okay, it's IQ heritability when you become an adult is 0.8. It's 80%. But when you're younger, it's like around 0.2. It's like 20%. So when you're in school, your IQ heritability is 20% of your parents. When you're out of school after you graduate, it's 0.8. It's 80%. What do you think that means?
Like, it seems like the schools are taking away the ability for you to inherit. It's like, since you're spending less time with your parents, there's less of an impact that your parents are going to have, and more of an impact from the school, right? And no, I see where that's coming from, and that would be an issue if your parents are smart. But if they're dumb, wouldn't that be a good thing? I guess that's what I would think.
That it's 0.2 because then you're not inheriting stupid. Sure.
Just think. Sure, yeah. Obviously, I mean, in a way, it sounds sad, right? Or you're getting less of your parents' stuff from them. I mean, that can be sad, and but I feel like, based on my own personal memory of childhood, there was time for me to hang out with my family or whatever. So it would be unfortunate,
Sure.
but it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like completely alienating from your parents, the current systems, I would say. So
right. Well, I think it's a little optimistic too, though, because like it says, another point implied there is that you can recover, though, right? Like even if school is making it lower, since when people get to become an adult, it catches back up when they start living by their IQ or whatever it is that catches them back up. So I think it's also a point that at whatever age you could probably learn too. I'm trying to make a little bit of both of those points there.
That's why it's so pog. It's like it's like an anime. It's like you're used to character actors. You get to like level up in real life. Cool.
Yeah, I think I think of it that way. Yes, because I learned Japanese as an adult. I didn't do it as a kid. I learned as an adult.
Oh, wow, it's very, very impressive.
Thank you.
It's so pog. Can you say what's like PogChamp in Japanese? Do they have like an equivalent word? It's Sugoi,
PogChamp?
Right?
Yeah, you say like Sugoi or Suge, like that with the slangy way. Something weeb and gay like that.
Japan, by the way, or?
No, I have not been to Japan. I was planning to go, when the Dark Ages happened. I had an old trip lined up. And then I was translating notices for kids that they're not going to be allowed to leave. So then I was like, oh, I guess I'm not going over there. And I haven't rescheduled yet.
Oh.
So
I think you should go and you should do IRL streams.
You think so?
You should get arrested.
Yeah, I should do the kick. I'd be a kick streamer again.
And then like 15 years later, you can be like, my experience as a gaijin in Japanese prison, and get 10 gorillion views.
Sure, it's not a bad idea.
So that's my thoughts.
All right.
But yeah, I think I'm going to be honest. I'm petered out on the epic.
Okay.
Public schooling debate. Sorry.
Sure, that was good. I enjoyed it, Perry.
You didn't. You're just
no, man. I'm serious. I want.
And now I'm being like all self-flagellating. So I'm just gonna leave before I make any work.
All right, later, Perry. Anyway, that was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Perry, you still around in chat or no? What's up, Sam? Is that Wex? It's Perry. Let's link his channel if you want to check him out. I genuinely had a good time. I haven't been challenged to any kind of debates yet in the YouTube. I think that was my first one that I was challenged to. I had a good time. I'll do it again if anybody wants to challenge me on anything. I'm down. Perry is a badass. Yeah, definitely. All right, guys. Check him out if you want. Now, I was shilling this game a second ago. Hold on. Let me do that. Go back to that for a minute. I gotta find some more music though, too, to get back on track. Get some more music. But what's up, guys? Who came in while I was doing that? I didn't want to spend too much time. I wanted to, I want to give my full attention. I didn't want to, be like, hey, chat, blah, blah, blah. I just thought, too nice. I have to remember to point at Finland so I can win more. Well, he's right that people do that, right? They go, look at the socialist countries, and they just point at them, right? They point at Finland and Sweden or whatever, and they go, I won. He has a good point there, yeah. That part, he has a good point. And honest, I like somebody challenging my view on stuff. So, whatever, anytime. Creative bait's always fun. I think so. I mean, I don't know. I think so. I like being challenged. Otherwise, what's the point, man? Otherwise, what's the point? Because how else are you gonna know you're wrong if nobody pushes you and says, "Hey, I don't think that's right." How are you gonna double check it? How are you gonna second guess yourself? Yeah. Alright, check this game out, guys. Did I play this music a second ago? I did. I did. I'm gonna switch it again. I like how I think I'm lying about being fun. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. I seriously love his stream. Most people, in my opinion, in like commentary or whatever you call it, are fake. I think like they don't really stand by anything. They don't really have any principles. Most of them, I think. He's one of the few guys that do. So check him out. Oh, was that on stream? Did we do that on stream? It's funny. Were we on his stream? I didn't even know. And they did. Russia was militaristic, yeah. A new building has been completed in Call of Dragons. New building. I don't know, man. I'm down to do that with other people and on the YouTube things again. I had a lot of fun, for real. He's live right now? Yeah, I saw that when I was looking. Which pet should we pick, guys? Which pet should we pick? I'm down to play Cosmic Encounter. Right now? Right now? You wanna play Cosmic Encounter? Bro, Perry hates that game, he said. Let's invite him to play on stream. See if he agrees. You the lizard? You live in sand. Yeah, true. True. What is this now? Do it? Not right now. Okay. Yeah, bro. We should get him to play Cosmic Encounter. That's a good idea. What am I supposed to do with this crap? Just click through it. Guys, consider playing this. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's not updated. Shit. It's updated for me. Yeah. Consider playing this stupid game to support the stream. It's fun, kinda. It's fun, kinda. Hey, you know what? It's kind of fun. Maybe. Consider it. It's kind of fun, bro. Alright, let me be done for now. I was going to show you the level thing, but I'll do that next time. Let's get started in the game. Already too late for me to waste my time with this. Is that so? If I make a title like this, I might get challenged. We need to make more titles like this. I'd love to be challenged more. I'd love to be challenged. We're in commentary YouTube now. It's official. We're commentary guys now. How do I quit this game? Too late is Craig's middle name. Stupid game. Fun kinda. Yeah, it is. It's kind of fun. Dropping frames? Am I really? It says I have no frames dropped from my side. Okay, too late. Oh, funny. Funny guys. Funny guys. Real funny. Real funny. Let's put chat back on stream. Right now, I'm asleep. Okay. I want to play video games, alright? So we're going to. We're going to play Breath of Fire 3. Should we play Breath of Fire 3? Maybe we should play Daggerfall. What do you guys want to do? Vote in chat. Type 1. I'm not going to do a poll. It's a waste of my time. 1 in chat if you want to see Breath of Fire. 2 in chat if you want to see Daggerfall. Vote. We're so back. We are. What do you guys want to see? Summon Carl? You want to see Daggerfall? 2? Yeah, Daggerfall, we're saying? Do the dagger? Okay. I got you guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Alright, well, goodbye. Carl will be here in a minute then. Carl will be here in a minute then. Switch a scene so I'm out. Okay. One from Sam, nice. And hopefully my computer doesn't melt down when I put Carl on. That's what happened yesterday. Yesterday when I tried to start Carl up, the computer melted down. I heard like a nuclear reactor sound and the whole place burned down. The whole place burned down. Honestly, that's cool of Perry to have me on his stream now. Because, like, other commentary people might see that and be like, who's this guy? You know? That's cool of him, man. And like I said, you know, and all the commentary guys, he's the guy I like. I like Dickers, too. I think Dickers is alright, too. I know Perry hates Dickers, though. I like him, too. I like Dickers, I like Perry, I like... who else? I think that's kind of it. That's like the only guys I really vibe with, I think. I watch some of the other guys, too. I hang with Morale a little bit. I mean, in his channel a bit. I don't think he's even noticed me as a person, though. I don't think so. I don't think he has. I don't think he knows I'm a person. But, whatever. Give me NFT. Oh, I do owe you one, Zoo. I do owe you a scam card. Hold on. Let's see. I read it as Zoocat. Zoopcat is the name of the city I found in the game file I was playing. I read it Zoocat. I can see why. I almost read it Zoocat right now. Okay, Zoop. Oh, Zoop, your name is like 8,000. It's 2 Z's? Or is it 3 Z's? It's 2 Z's. The Domo Z make it harder to type, you know that? For the autocomplete to work. Alright, there you go. Enjoy it. Let me know what you get. Cool? Do you eat kosher? Not yet. Oh, you don't eat kosher? What does that mean? What do you break the rules for, Abby? I'd like to know that. I'd love to know that. Is there like a specific thing you don't want to, you know, like you don't want to give up? That's an interesting thing to me. 2Z, 6, yeah, O's, yeah. In America, probably harder. Bacon? Yeah, I would have... Bacon would be my thing that I would have issues giving up, yeah. Here's something I was thinking about recently, guys. The kosher, not eating pigs. Do you think it's possible that somebody, once upon a time, kind of figured out that pigs were really smart and they felt bad about eating them? And that's what the wisdom of don't eating pigs really is? Is that impossible? Because I wonder, like maybe they tried to domesticate them, and they realized they seemed smart, and they thought like they had souls or something. I don't know. Because they are surprisingly intelligent. I'm a poor college student. I don't have any funds. I eat whatever is at home. Sure. General, no pork, no milk with stuff with meat and not seafood. It was too loud a little bit. Let me turn it down a bit. You know what I mean? You think there was any truth to that? I'm gonna wonder about. They're considered unclean, that's why no eat. Yes, I understand in post. I'm saying in pre. Like in, we only know of the post, and we only know loosely of the post. You know what I'm saying? The post hoc reasoning. The decades later. We don't know the truth. We don't know the truth of why, of anything. That's why history is so interesting, no? Alright, let me put in the title we're playing Daggerfall now. Let's see. Put in the title we're playing Daggerfall. I got a subscriber! Nice! 348 guys. Oh, I did put Daggerfall in there already. Okay. I'm gonna take out Breath of Fire, because we didn't do that. Because we didn't do that, huh? My live thing. Oh, here it is. We didn't even play Breath of Fire. I won't even be translating Japanese either. It just leaves me with the controversial opinions. Well, oh well. God said they're clean during his kosher rules. Right, but I mean, nobody... I feel like I might cause problems if I say my thoughts on that, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to say my thoughts on that. I didn't used to care about communism until I watched Craggy Reads, and I started to hate communism. I didn't used to care either until people started being rude to me about what comic books I liked and stuff online. I didn't used to care either. I said one time, you want to call in about this? Not right now. You should at some point on a stream where we're like, we don't know what to do though. You should. And we can talk about it. But I feel like flow-wise, we had that whole conversation with Perry, so I think I should start playing games for the best flow that I would like. But I would like to talk to you about it, yes. So, I don't know, only times we're hanging out and not really, and it would fit in the flow, yeah. I would like you to call in, and we'll talk about it. I don't care about communism anymore. That's good too. You never know, before when I saw they are considered unclean in very old writing. Okay, that's the kind of thing I was looking for. Islam probably stole that from us. Well, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't think you're wrong on that, are you? Okay, how do I start Daggerfall? That's probably true, yes, that they stole it from you guys, yeah. But I mean, well, not really you guys, your ancestors, right? It wasn't really you. Because your ancestors probably, I mean, not your ancestors, but like ancient Jewish people, they probably believed in some different things too. That's why I don't agree with the us, right? Because I'm sure Judaism over time has changed, right? Just like Christianity. I don't know enough about it to say though, but I'm sure that there's like different strains and things, right? Because in America, the founding fathers, you had a bunch of different kinds of Christians, and then you had deists and every, whatever sort. I assume the people back then were different. Here, am I wrong? In some way, like what their standard beliefs were and things. But I don't know. I saw some of it, didn't have much power to it. Did you see some of us on H3 debate? Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. I think it is silly, I think. I'm with you. I don't think it has much power to it. I don't think it has much weight. I think people will follow it because lots of people are into that stuff. But isn't it like infighting, kind of? Like whatever? Like, isn't it ridiculous? All Abrahamic religions share the Pentateuch. What is that? What's a Pentateuch? No, I'm trying to find Daggerfall to start it out. What's the Pentateuch? It's like a telenova. Yeah, things change through time. Right, exactly, yeah. Right, you have the right mindset, to be honest with you. Don't care about communism. Don't care about anything that's not your own life, is my view. I didn't realize he was looking for a debate. is why he was saying, "Hey, tell me, tell me what you believe." But but still, I should have guessed. I should have known. Also called the Book of Moses. I feel it's a guilty pleasure for a lot. Also called the Book of Moses. First 5 books of the Bible. Oh, that's the Tetra, whatever. Gotcha. That's the Tetranach. That's a Toriate Tetranique. I had more points. I had more stuff too. I was going to mention the NASA study, but maybe in the future. I'm going to mention the NASA study. I had that up too. Pentateuch is the books Jews call the Torah. It's foundational to all 3 Abrahamic religions. Sure, but don't you think there... Well, let's back up a minute. Deep reading exists, right? You guys agree with that? There's shallow reading and deep reading. I think just the fact that that is a thing means even sharing the same books, you're gonna arrive at different beliefs a little bit. Unless the same exact person is telling you, I guess that's the role of priests, right? And fathers and all this. Unless the same person is telling you in the same tone, you can have different beliefs. But if the priest is pitching it the way they want it to be pitched, then they'll probably have that effect on people. You said it right the first time, or really? I've been watching Asmongold, quite the fella. Why? I think it used to be. I liked when we watched the old episode of him. I thought that old video. I thought he was really interesting then. Like where he was drinking that soda or whatever it was, the one we watched. I found that video really interesting. But modern him, nah. I don't find him that interesting now. Maybe I can get him to call in. And maybe, can I disagree with him on something loudly? Like, hey, here's this thing that... What does he believe in? He's like... He's kind of conservative now, maybe? That's what people say. Would you say he is? Let me think. Is he conservative or old left-wing? Because people call me names like that, but I think I'm old left-wing or something, right? In ideas, I lean to the left. By left, I mean... pushing the boundaries and testing what's real and what's not real, right? But testing what ancient traditions hold up. I think that's the left-hand side. I do. Although I don't agree, like, there is a left and a right and everything, and like politics are really that way. I believe there is a good conception of right being conserving ideas, and that there's value to that, and then left being challenging ideas, and there's value to that. I do think those two, that axis of like creativity or something exists, and I lean to the left if that's the case. But then politically, I probably would, like, economically, people would say I lean to the right, but that's just because I don't think communism is real. You know what I mean? Like, the left and right on the economic system would actually be something else. It'd be like about, I think, like mutual aid or something, right? Like, it would be about a real economic system, not communism, and it would be about like pushing the boundaries of stuff like that, or like about mutual aid or about that kind of thing. I think it really represented it. Old left, like UBIs and unions. Well, I don't like that though. But I used to. I was on board with UBI at first. I think unions are just another communist thing. Because they're against the interest of the individual. It's better for you to argue for your own, bargain for your own wages. That's better for you in the long run. We know that. That's better for you. But then you could say, oh yeah, but that's only individually. Yeah. Okay. What? What? Power in numbers. Disagree. I'm super powerful and I'm alone. Yeah, I feel you. I'm also original left on some stuff, but the left have gone crazy. I agree. Yeah, I'm not a union guy either. Yeah, definitely not. Think about this. Here's the thing that always, that for me, it throws unions under the bus. Here's my view. Think about when you're working and the worst fucking employee on the floor, right? Think back to when you had a job somewhere, or to the future where you have a job, whatever. Think of that. And think about the worst motherfucker out there and how much you hate him. And then think of that motherfucker getting the same paycheck you do. I would quit. I would quit that day. You know what I mean? The same lazy motherfucker getting the same check I get. Fuck no. I quit. No way in hell am I doing that. Oh, he deserves benefits? Oh, really? Oh, really? He pushed the fucking overnight cart. He filled it with junk. And he left it there and didn't do his job. Really? Really? You want him to make the money? The same money I do? Or the same benefits I do? I refuse. That's how I view it. The lazy people should not be rewarded. I don't want to pick up the trash of the workforce and raise them up. I want them to fall down. Like, learn how to do your job, bro. And then you'll get paid better. That's my view. I don't want to support the lazy. No offense. No offense, I'm a bit of a lazy myself. Yeah, it makes for laziness. That's what I find too. How do you think police get good wages? They have unions? You're pro police? I'd rather not even have police, much less them having nice wages. Yeah, they have like a power grip on things, but I mean, you'd say they're doing their job well? You think cops are doing their job pretty well? Okay. You know how teachers are better and more benefits? I don't want teachers to exist. You see, you don't have to sell me against it, Abby. You're selling me on why it's evil, yeah. Teachers are one of the biggest evil in existence, in my opinion. So yes, I would rather they don't get paid at all. I'd rather they were fired. Good point, good point. It helps people that shouldn't have jobs help jobs. The biggest abusers in society have good wages thanks to unions. True. True, you are right. The people that abuse people in society the most have good wages thanks to unions. It's a great thing. I agree. I hope we can get them more money. I want to get the people that abuse everyone else more money. That's what I would like. Unions. Yay. We need teachers? No, we don't. There's never been a faker statement said. No, you don't. No, you don't. Why? Why do you need teachers? Where do you get that from? You just made that up? Did someone tell you that? That ain't real. Why would you need a teacher? For what? Why would you ever need that? You don't need somebody to hold your hand. You can read. You don't need that. They're doing it without good pay. That's not totally true, man. I mentioned it to Perry. Superintendents make 6 figures. That's not totally true. You're repeating the propaganda. Let me guess. Next you're going to say that they make money based on property tax. Right? The schools are paid by property tax? You're going to say that or something? Come on. These are the talking points. These aren't established real things. These are just things people say repeatedly. They're not real. I learned to read in school. I didn't. School diagnosed me as dyslexic. No, my mother taught me to read. Let's put the music on for a second. Get into the game. I was reading before. I skipped kindergarten and I skipped 2nd grade, and both times my mother taught me to read, and when I was brought to school they asked me to skip grades. Both times they asked me to skip grades. But my mother said no because she was worried that I would be too small for and I would, that I wouldn't then I would like get picked on and stuff like that, so I didn't skip grades. But both times they did suggest I do. No grades, how rich poor they are. How rich poor they are, what? What does that mean? The poorer schools get more money from the state. Like in California, more than 50% of the funds that go to school are from the state, not from property taxes. And the poorer schools actually have more money in most of the like liberal states than the better off schools, and yet they still do not seem to pay their teachers right and yada yada, while the superintendents walk away with 6 figures. So like, if you want to say they don't make enough money, then why does their boss make more money than any of us? Like, I don't think that holds true. Do you really not know how much superintendents make? They make 6 figures. The people that are in charge of the teachers make a fortune. Like, bro, they're rich. Superintendents are rich. The people in the head of the school are rich. So I don't know. If you're against the rich, then you should be against public school, because it enriches the pockets of human vampires that do nothing but retard children, is what I think. Like, we need unions? That's what they told you. Why would that be true though? Why can't you talk to your boss and be like, okay, I'm not going to work. See, here's the problem, man. Logically, that doesn't hold consistent. It doesn't hold true. Why shouldn't you go to your boss and say, hey, I want like more money? Like, the thing is with unions, you can't do that. You're not allowed to solo bargain anymore. It takes away your power as an individual, and you're supposed to give it up to the union. Why? Why would you do that? That's the way I view it. I don't see why you would do that. I know, again, people say that you need unions for wages, but it's not really true. There's tons of people without unions make really good money. How is that possible if you're right? If you're right, why are there anybody that are private contractors and things that make good money? It shouldn't be possible, but there are. There's a lot of people that make good money. If you need unions, there shouldn't be anybody without a union that's paid well, but there are. So, like, it's disproven. The statement is disproven by reality. But it's just a belief. It's just something people believe. Like, show me proof. Show me proof that you need unions for good wages. And tell me how people without unions get good wages then. Because it doesn't make any sense then, to me. Everybody that's not on unions should get ripped off so bad they're making like $2 an hour or something, right? If that was true. Let's get a mission. But it's not how it works. Did you have pregnant girls at high school? Sure. Did you? Abby is going through the baptism of the stream right now, talking about that with Cracky, the baptism. Is that how you view it as? The baptism? The Princess Victoria Kingston has been captured from our protection. Here's the thing, Abby, I want to say to be clear. No matter what we disagree on this, it does not hurt my opinion of you or your welcomeness to hang out. Just to be clear, okay? Some people get mad at me and start calling me names when you disagree on this kind of thing. I have nothing against disagreement. I have no problem with it. Okay, Fire, the Princess Victoria Kingston has been captured from our protection. It is the responsibility of us knights to rescue her. Unfortunately, many of our members are off fighting in the war. In the truest spirit of chivalry, we go rescue the princess. No, not from a vampire again. I guess I'll kill a Nightblade, sure. Very good. The traitor is a Nightblade, Gwenara Gearsmith, who has taken refuge in the Cabal of Morgira to the west. If you have not returned in 18 days, your honor will be forfeit. Alright, let's go do that. Nice. The worst kind of vampires, human vampires, yeah. Fine, I was going to type something, then you said that I'm not mad or anything. Oh, I'm definitely not mad. By any means. I understand. Here's the thing, like, I understand my views on these things are not the standard view and are very far away from the standard view. So I'm, like, by default, I know a new person's probably going to disagree with me on this stuff. And, I don't have the slightest issue with that. I don't care about agreement. I care about understanding. Like, I want to understand your viewpoint and why it's different. That doesn't mean I want to, like, it matters whether I believe in what you believe or not. Okay, why'd I pull this up? I'm healthy. What's the thing in the corner? But lots of people get mad at me is why I bring it up, though. Usually, like, we get some kind of disagreement about unions or something, and people start calling me names. It happens very often, actually. It's happened very often. Tons of people have snapped on me for disagreeing on these things. Okay. I think there's nothing I really need. Let me check the Cabal of Morgiria. Did you scare off Perry? No, we had a talk. Did you, Rabbound? We had a interview or whatever, a debate. I think he called it a debate. He called in and we talked for a while, and then he left. I guess for a small government, no unions, more liberty style. Yes, correct. Oh, we went to the wrong Knights of the Dragon, but I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I wanted to check my standing with the Dragon Knights. That's what I was looking for. Here we are. 34. Okay. Nice. I assume we get a rank up at some point. It isn't one-to-one everything. You can have a good job without a union, but there's job markets totally need them, like Starbucks workers so overworked without good pay. My issue with that kind of thing is, you're right in that, like, there's some situations where the employees are being screwed over by the corporations, but I don't think the union is the answer. I think the answer is, like, looking at regulations and things that allow them to create monopolies in the market and then have a monopoly over jobs. Like in that type of job. I think that's the problem. I think you're looking at the problem for the wrong angle. Because, like, you're right that those corporations are abusive in a way, right? Or exploitive or whatever. But that's because they've, through regulations, managed to conquer the market. And so they have a monopoly, and and monopolies always go corrupt. That's my view on that. I am for, like, the workers getting better money. I'm empathetic to that. I'm not, and not being abused by corporations. I'm empathetic to that. I'm on your side. But Cabal Morgiria. I just don't think unions are the way to do it. That's all. Cabal of Morg. To capture it there. Whoa, on an island? Where I'll go. 25 gold? Yeah, whatever, I guess. Little rune is scratched in the dirt. I wonder what this buff is in the corner. You see that? I want to hear Craggy's thoughts on the welfare system. Really? My view is similar to Milton Friedman on it. I would be for something to try to fix it, like reverse income tax. Some kind of... I think you need an idea like that to fix it. I do. I don't know what the right answer is. You know, I don't know about the logistics enough, but I think you do need some kind of plan to get people back on their feet that aren't, but that can help. But if you're not gonna, I mean, I think it, but I don't know if the state should do it. I don't know what should be that agent that does that. I don't know. And how should it work? Should it be your family and friends? Ideally, yes, right? But then what about people that don't have family or friends with resources? Well, ideally, you know, people would do that by via charity, but you could say, well, I don't know if that's going to happen. It's a good question. None of these things have really been tested at scale, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't be thought about or tried. In America's whole point is that different states can try different ideas like that. That's the whole point of America. I'm looking for a door. So why not have America actually go by the point, instead of trying to, like, enforce the same laws everywhere, allow some states to try new things and see what happens. So we actually figure this stuff out, instead of acting like everybody from the federal top down should be exactly the same. That's what I think. You just pour, just because it's legal sounding, not mess cry the best amount. Necessarily the best amount. Yeah. Just pour hot water in a cup. You just pour hot water in a cup. For what? Just because it's legal sound. Problem with unions here is that the head of the union goes into politics and usually has awful ideas. Well, yes, unions are a power structure designed to give the people that form it power. That's what it really is. Like I'll be honest with you, man. I know I'm supposed to like have these more more compromising opinions where I say, you know, it's for the benefit of the worker. It's not. It's just that's the lie sold to you. It's for the benefit of the original people forming the union and no one else. And then people can fight to be trying to join that group, right, from within the union, but they're the people benefiting. You're a schmuck if you're in a union, but not like one of the founders or somebody collecting collecting fees. If you're collecting fees, okay, then you're a good little manipulator, a little tyrant. But still, I don't know. It isn't going to change anytime soon with laws and regulations. Too much at stake for people, so the best solution is the unions. We have them now and don't need to add new laws for them to work. Well, I disagree, because I think what's going to happen is if you have too many artificial things in the system, eventually the system is going to break down, and we're going towards that. And I could be wrong, but we'll see in like 10 years if I'm wrong or not. The Cabal of Morgiria. It's not something I can prove right now. You just have to wait and see. Okay, where is this thing? Cabal of... There's too much incompetence everywhere for me to believe that band-aid on band-aid on band-aid will hold the ship up while it's sinking underwater. You know what I mean? Eventually the water is going to sink us. It's nature. Life finds a way, and you can't go against the forces of nature for too long. So eventually you're going to pay for it, one way or the other. We can't create fairness that doesn't exist in the universe. Like out of nothing. It doesn't happen. Everything requires something to make it. Everything you create requires materials. Like, you know, like what was it, Full Metal Alchemist? The theory of equivalent exchange. You can't make something from nothing. And that's what a lot of those theories operate on, that you could, but you can't. So, I don't know. Where the heck's the door to this place? Huh. So we started what, here? Maybe it's over here? Maybe it's that lump. Let me read more. Are you talking about a Cabal IRL in the game? I'm trying to find one in the game. I'm like trying to change the whole system, which is so long and hard to do. In my opinion, oh, I think the door's over here. The system's gonna crash. It's gonna die. It's on a path to its own doom. Ah. Now, could I be wrong? Of course, I could be wrong. But am I wrong? Okay. Was it silver? Nice. I guess we'll take the book for why not. Okay, guys, we're looking for a Nightblade in here to kill. Cabal is in game, guys. Yeah, I was in the game. We're looking for a Nightblade that has betrayed our Order of the Knights. I wonder, does anybody know about this game? Like what faction monks should join? Because I feel like I keep getting armor and stuff. I feel like there's a monk order, right? Is it the Zen one? We should try that next. I want to work my way up the knights still, though. But, so we're looking for a certain person to kill. That's all we're doing. Dark elf style, yeah. Carl beating up women in shining armor says 90s. It's true. So, for me, I think the system's going to fall. So, my idea is build parallel systems, before it falls, like, so people can survive. That's my view of the world. I would like to work towards that, towards building parallel systems before the world falls. That's my view of the world. That's what I am attempting to do. And you could say you're just making a stream to kind of entertain people and translate Japanese. Yeah, I am, but that's my part. You know, people have different potentials and different parts to play. Entertainment is very important. Right? Making people laugh is very important. I don't can't check this. Oh, there it goes. I think it is. And I try and teach people stuff too, so, you know, I think there's value here. But to, ay. But I could be wrong. Maybe there's none. Oh, there are enemies nearby. There we go. I didn't get hurt. I'd rather build from the bottom up, like, and I think I'd rather disconnect from the society as a whole and just forsake it, and work towards building my own tribe that will survive the fall. Now, it may sound like a conspiracy theorist. That's fine. I don't care. Truth is the truth. Doesn't matter if you know it or not. Hey, where'd these guys come from? They spawn? Can't click, can't interact with it. Huh. I don't think we've been here, right? Dark Elf style, yeah. Oh, I don't have the bot where I can see it in case anybody, in case chat dies. Hold on. I don't want to miss anything. Why is it making that noise? Like I'm saying, I just personally think the system has been going on fumes for too long. It's not going to work eventually. And I'd rather starve the beast. I see the state as like a vampire, you know? Like without blood, the vampire will die. And so I want to tell enough people to stop giving the vampire their blood so that it dies. That's my plan. I'd rather it die. It can't exist without us. It needs us. If enough people go about their own business and unplug from the mass formations of politics and control, then they'll die. They'll wither and die. They have no power on their own. Hey. Okay. I hope I'm giving enough controversial opinions to justify the title. What else do I believe is controversial that people might disagree with me on? You know, like I was saying, my view of religion earlier, right? It's a canon of stories to build a similar people. It attempts to, oh my god, there's two people in there. It attempts to, in my opinion, hijack the framework that nice, we got it, there we go. That because I don't want that. You can't, well, I didn't want that. The framework that nice, we just get out of here, that tribes are built on. That, like, we have a natural desire to be useful to our tribe, right? Like that's what we're supposed to, that's what that feeling of like wanting to be validated, it's from that. It's from wanting to be of value to our tribe, not to society as a whole. That's the lie they tell us, that you want. It's not, it doesn't, you don't really care about society as a whole. It's your tribe. And there's stuff like the Dunbar's number. I don't know if you know about that. The Dunbar's number. It's like 150 people. The theory is like 150 people is how many people you could have a good relationship with, like an emotional relationship, emotional bonds with. And beyond that, it starts falling off. And I believe that is true. I think that's like the perfect size of a tribe, is what it describes there. And so, I'd rather move back into tribal formations. And I think that's where our maximum power lies. Like you're saying, true group and power in numbers. There's power in the tribe. Tribe is what's truly powerful, because the tribe is built on families and friends. Power there, definitely. But once you extend beyond the size of that tribe, the power is diluted. Power is diluted, the command structure is gone. There you go. Nice. And it's just a bunch of people trying to get more power for themselves then. Daggerfall. And it breaks down. I don't know 150 people to do so, I think. Yeah, I feel you, Abby. It's a rough, I mean, it's a tough thing, man. And again, I don't know if I'm right, okay? Let me be clear to you. I have no idea if I'm right. This is just what this seems to be the least wrong idea. That's all. Does that make sense? I don't know I'm right. But that's why I want to test it. I want to be one of the people that tests things. Which is again why I think I politically, right, fall on the left wing in reality, because my ideas are challenging the status quo. That's always left wing, no matter how people pretend it's not. I'm just left wing I'm left in a time where people believe they're left, but I think they're actually kind of fascists. They're actually kind of totalitarians. They're actually, most people now are totalitarians, if you ask me. They believe their view of the world is correct, and that they have the right to impose it on others, and other people should do what they say. But I think that's because they train people to be so scared of other people that they don't trust them, and so they want the government to hold them down so they can't hit them. But there was that saying one of the founding fathers said, right? If you forsake freedom for safety, then you deserve neither freedom nor safety. And I think that's true. So I'd rather say go against society and try my own way. If I'm wrong, well, that's fine too, you know? Like, then what did I do bad though? I just went my own way, and some people went with me, and we had, you know, we had fun, and life was enjoyable. What's bad about that? Nothing I can see. Power should be in the people. Yeah. I'm with you. I'm progressive. Yeah, sure. Well, I'm telling you, if right wing is preserving ideas and left wing is challenging them, then I'm left wing. But the only problem is the status quo is kind of warped now. So some people might say I'm against some leftist ideas like communism. Yeah, but I'm for mutual aid, right? Like, if you really take my whole worldview, I think you'll understand I am for people being taken care of. I just believe it's a different way to do it. I believe in mutual aid, proactive mutual aid. Like, I think if I help you, right, Abby or whoever, like if I can help you with something, I'll do it. Just ask me. And then I think that trickles down, right? Like, if you live your life, oh, this is the wrong one. If you live your life the same way, then, you know, that's power. We're helping people. Like, does that make sense? And it spreads that way like a net. A net of inspiration and influence and things. That's how I operate. Blacksmith, doctor, hunter, elder, etc. Like, everybody in the tribe has a job that contributes. Correct, yeah. Power in the tribe. I didn't think about it like that. Oh, the tribe thing? Yeah. That's my current view, yeah. And religion, what religion did basically was take the tribal structure and extend it through story. Like, which, is that a bad thing? I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing, but it's something you should be aware of. That the real structure at the heart of religion is a tribe. It's just extended through story. So like, I mean, Jewish people, you guys call yourself a tribe, right? Don't you? Like, you guys get that, I think. Well done. You're reasonably proud. Nice. Alright, so what are we at now? I want to get like the highest rank in this thing. 39. I don't know if that's enough for a promotion yet. Let's get another job. Let me introduce myself. I am Aindon Yomsley of the Knights of the Dragon. Seems like there's a bandit band of orcs holed up around here. The glory of Daggerfall will go to whomever wipes them out. Can I count on you, Friar? You can. You don't need to kill every single orc in the band. Just get a decent number of them. Be sure to kill the leader, Viewless. I happen to know that they are holed up in the ruins of the old Hoxton shack. Okay. Regardless of anything, you should care for your fellow Jew. Sure. If you need anything about Judaism, I'm here for it. Nice. Okay. So see, you guys understand that the tribe is important. I think the problem with it is it extends so large that it's hard to actually keep true to the promises of the tribe. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so like, let's say you had like a little tribe, like in wherever, right? And everybody there is responsible to everybody else. in this like 150 people kind of setup I'm hypothetically describing. They all hang out. They're all, I'm gonna go to the city gates to roleplay a little bit. They all hang out. They all, they can talk to each other when something goes wrong and be like, hey bro, you didn't pay me back. You know what I mean? Like, you can do that. But then once it extends beyond that, it's a lot harder to do that. It becomes a lot harder to actually fulfill the promises of the tribe. And, that's a whole other ball of yarn. So that's, I think, the flaw of religion, is that. But then current day ideologies have hijacked the religions, and now they're in control. Now no one's in control, I think. The ideologies are just pushing people to do things. Basically, people hundreds of years ago set in motion what's going on now. And ideas don't have people don't have ideas. Ideas have people. You ever heard that? I think it's true. When it comes to ideologies, I think it's true. It's your community, then groups close to your group, then community at large. Sure, that makes sense to me. Where's the gate? That makes sense to me. What about in the? But you didn't mention the household. Does Judaism have any structured view of the household like Christianity does, or no? Because Christianity does have a structured view of the household. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not religious. But I know they do have one. And you know what it is, right? Does Judaism have something similar or no? Islam, of course, has something similar. But it's even... Islam is the one you can easily point to and go, yeah, no, not like that. I think. No, I don't want that. You can't be 100% with everything with other people outside of you, but you can try. Sure. I don't disagree with you on that, Abby. Okay, let's see. Old Hoxton Shack. In like your goals, I doubt we disagree on a lot of things. That's true for most people, I think. We're more alike than we are different. That's the thing to remember. The ruins. Ruins of the old Hoxton Shack. Ruins of the old Hoxton Shack. Okay. Ruins of the old Hoxton Shack. Find ruins of the old just Hawk. What do you think Christians got their ideas from family? As you're saying, but is it the same? Like, about how the family should be structured, I mean. Save. Find the door here. We gotta kill an orc. And do you agree with it or disagree with it? Because I know, well, I know that since you're gay, I know, bring it up, but you probably like can't have the exact same view of family, right? Because like the Christian view is like, what is it? God over man, man over his wife, wife over children or something, right? That's the Christian view. And that obviously, I don't know if Judaism has that or whatever, but I doubt you would believe that. Dwarven broadsword, am I wrong? Oh crap, we need to sell stuff. Okay, forgot. Well, let's put in inventory. Pretty much the same. Ah, okay. Okay then. Oops, I want to drop it. Arrow, I don't need. Elven flail, you think it's worth money? That's my question. I'm gonna drop it. I'll keep the... Worth 10 gold? I'll not take it around. Okay. Oh, there's the entrance. Okay, what do I think about that then? I mean, you know, my view is that the family is the strongest, like what who said it? Vivek said it, that the family is the like strongest government that exists. I think so. Ideally, see, here's the thing. So basically, kind of a lot of the arguments against my viewpoint is that some people will still suffer, right? Because like there's not going to be some people with family. Some people won't have family. Some people won't have friends. Some people, and I understand that viewpoint, but I still think they'd be better taking even though those people would still be, I think, better taken care of in a system where families were stronger and things, because then they'd have more resources to take care of them. You know what I mean? Like if we cherish family, then families would be stronger. If families were stronger, they'd have more resources to help people in need, is my view. So while I agree, there will be people that are left out of any system or any plan. Then you want most people to be as strong as possible so they can help those people, is what I think. If that makes sense. It's man, woman in a union together with trying to be one with God and children. Okay, sure. You should treat your children fairly and as people. Okay, what does that mean though, as people? Because that like implies a lot of things, and I'm not sure. How much I agree with or disagree with. Because like inside people is unlimited, you know, nuance there. So I'm not quite sure. Can't open it. Can you make them open it? Ah, there we go. Knocking. I'm knocking, ma'am. Thank you. Is that gold? Dwarven mace? Are they worth money? I don't know if I can carry I'll grab it. Save, huh? Oh, rest and then save. Oh, there's enemies. You should give them the same respect as you would do to another. Yeah, but that still feels really complicated. You know, like, because, like, do you get my concern on this? Like, obviously, if your kids are like, hey, I want to smoke cigarettes, you'd smoke cigarettes. You know what I mean? Like do you, it gets kind of hazy what that actually means, because the parents should still be like setting the rules, right? Like telling them, hey, don't do that, don't do this. They're still kind of the bosses of the kids in most families. I think it's good that they're the bosses of the kids, because kids don't know what they're doing. They don't know the whoa, pile of heads. Ugh. They don't know the repercussions for the thing. Oh, he was in here. Shit. For their actions, unlike adults do. And you can't potion recipe. You can't hold a child as responsible for his actions as you could an adult. Does that make sense? Like, obviously, you know. Alright, let's rest here. They have feelings and thought. Oh, I agree with that, of course. Yeah, but you should hold the same respect for them. Okay, so we're just saying you should feel like they are individuals of their own right. Sure. I'm just questioning how much that extends to like actual like. Okay, because here's the thing: like communist view now, the modern, I don't even want to call it communist, but whatever modern view has it like about ageism. You heard about this? Like, I've run into this a couple times, where it's almost pedophilic in preaching what it's preaching. It's like the kids have a right to make any decision, and if you go against that, then you're basically discriminating, age discrimination. That they're basically fully autonomous beings that, I mean, the idea is to get rid of childhood innocence, I believe, in that case. Hey, okay. Oh Obi, don't let them do drugs, but tell them... Obviously, don't let them do drugs, but tell them why it's bad. Sure, right, talk to them, explain things. Well, I agree. Well, if we're talking about just, like, philosophically, I agree 100% with you on that stuff. Sure. I'm just concerned about the way that's been extended, that kind of thought's been extended, that's all. In the, like, current political world. And how pedophiles have co-opted it. To try and say that kids can consent to, you know, what they think they can consent to. Which, I don't believe they can consent. Uh-oh. What happened? I leveled up? Oh, nice. Okay. What stats do we need? I think just keep going agility so I never miss anybody, I think. But what else good? Speed would be good too, I think. Let's do speed. Do speed. This one. Ah, where the hell did that thing come from? Oh, now I'm gonna get murdered. Come on, bro. This ain't right. You stunned me with a spell. Come on, run, 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 run. No! That's fucked up. Fucked up way to die there. Oh, this is where you were. Okay. Have you seen any of that, of what I'm talking about? About people using it, pedophiles using that concept? Or no? To try and explain why they should be allowed to have relationships with them. Pretty scary stuff. Scary stuff to rest. There's spiders spawning everywhere. I don't like that. What was that? Spider to get me. Try to pick it. Does not. The enemies nearby still. Yeah, and I find that quite concerning, is all I'm saying. What is this? Oh, they have them up there too. That's the flag for this, whatever this was. Did they? You think they put thought into that kind of thing when they were building this, or no? I wonder. Let me rest here. And what other controversial opinions do I have? I don't know. You guys got any you want to share? You guys want to share any controversial opinions with me? No, I don't see a lot of pedos though. Well, it's just online. Like, it's not like I'm hanging out with them. You know, it's online movements I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm definitely not hanging out with them. Well, keep an eye out, and let me know if you ever do see what I'm talking about, and we can talk about it then. Because it's out there. It's a lot of places out there. There we go. Dwarven Tonto. I wonder if these dwarven weapons are worth good money. I feel like they gotta be. That's probably why they're... Look at the color of them. Gotta be. I wish there were less pedophiles in the world, personally. Hot take. Controversial take, but I wish there were less pedophiles in the world. I know. It's a little too spicy, but I would like there to be less pedophiles in the world. I know. I'm crazy on that one, but I would. What is this bat doing? Give us your take on Lolicon. Oh, okay. I'm not of the mindset that it's completely harmless. I'll tell you that much. I mean, I assume you can guess that, though. I don't agree with people that it's totally harmless. I do think there is some implied... I mean, like, this way or that way, there is some implied negative repercussions to it. So I don't think it's totally harmless like some people make the case. I think it's creepy too a little bit. However, I don't think it should extend to. I don't think like, okay, hold on. If a story had like a kid love story, like teenagers falling in love, and they did fade to black, like with the sex scenes and stuff, I have no issue with that kind of thing, right? Even if like there shouldn't be like, I don't think like they should totally lock off talking about that kind of thing, because there's some good books and things that, you know, talk about teen romance and stuff like that. I think that's all fine. If you're talking about like the stories about, you know, both people being teenagers or whatever, some of that gets lumped in, I see, with the other stuff. So, but I'm obviously not for it at all. And anything sexual that looks like a child, I think, no, personally. No. And I think it's creepy to be into it. I think, oh yeah. That's my basic take there. It's borderline pedophilic. Well, it depends kind of, well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing. It depends kind of on what it is too, I think. I think there's some element, like I've been trying to think about, I've been trying to think about, since like the stuff with Spinal, I think there's some element of, let me pitch this first, don't decide anything yet. I think there's some element of like people missing the fact that they missed out on like a relationship when they were younger and trying to relive that. I think there's some element of that. Now, I'm not excusing anything. I just think psychologically, some people, it's that. I don't know if everyone is pursuing it in a pedophilic way. Now, could you say it could still lead to it? Yeah, you could say that. And I don't have a big retort against it. But I do think there's some fraction of people that like are basically romancing over, I mean, like are basically dreaming over like young love itself. I obviously I think they should have healthier outlets for that. But I wonder about that. And what else? In some cases, definitely is pedophilic adjacent, definitely. Probably most. Probably most. Let me catch up. Final is a lost cause. There's no saving. You think so? I think he's got a shot, but I probably am one of the few people that thinks that. Am I sick? My bar was falling. I've had friends like him that had normal lives eventually. I wonder about streaming. I'm not going to tell him what to do though, but I do wonder like how that's going to work out, right? Like, but I'm nobody to tell people what to do. He did own up to like almost lying to chat the other day, which is big, which is a big thing to do. Be honest with your chat about stuff that he was embarrassed about. Good. But I can see why you see him as a lost cause too. I can see it. I understand it. I don't own a wagon. I need to get a wagon. Then we can lug way more shit around. What? This door opens? I swear it was locked. He doesn't want to help himself. You think so? I think he does. I think he does. But I see why he's thinking. Don't get me wrong. I think he does though. I think he does want to. And like I was saying the other day, he came clean on something and he was being honest. It was very big of him. I respect him for that. But of course he's got a long way to go. What's a bowler? Why so controversial? Only so much you can do for that type of person. Well, yeah. Well, somebody can't. You can't help him. You can't save him. right? No, I like don't misunderstand me and think I think you could. I don't. But it's up to him, 100%. He's totally in control of whether it goes better or worse. It's totally on him, 100%. In no way is it anybody else's responsibility to help him. So, on that stance, yeah, I agree. It's 100% his own mindset that's going to determine what happens. Nobody else. However, though, man, having friends is a big deal, or at least people to talk to. When you believe in weird things, like to tell you, hey, man, that's kind of weird. Like, you need like whatever. You need peers to point out when you're being weird. I know I'm like somebody that's like, hey, society is ridiculous, yada yada. I stand by that, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't have peers. I just don't think of society as my peer. And I don't think you should either, but I do think of people as peers. There are lots of people I respect that I think of as peers. People right here, right now in the chat that I think of as peers. I don't think of society as a whole as peers. Because I think it's too fucked up to do that. I think it's totally destroyed. I think that's how you, like, download a virus in your mind. Person. Where the hell is this boss, man? Going in circles now. Who is Spinal and what's up with him? Oh, you want a description of Spinal. Spinal made this video that he hates the world, where he had some like weird lolicon game on while I was playing it. I would show you the video, but yeah, I can link it to you. I don't want to watch that on stream though. Some questionable material in that. But basically he calls himself like an incel. He's basically like as incel as you can get and lolicon kind of person. Does that mean I'm sure you've known people like him, Koji. You've known people like him. You're like 50 or something? Not that old. I am old though. Not that old though, jeez. I'm old though, yeah. You like Carlos, an old Italian. I'm not that old. I'm old though. I'm not gonna like debate being old. I am old. It's fine. But but of course, like you guys that are like that are younger and doing stuff, you think old people are dumb. That's silly. Old's got means a lot of experience, bro. Old means, where the hell am I going? Where is this guy? Old means like I've known people like everyone almost before. Like I've seen everything already. What? Don't jump down there. No, I'll take it. I'll take the good things. There we go. Is this him? No, it's gotta look like a warlord, I think. We're looking for an orc in here, guys. Orphan Greaves. Barely carry any of this shit. Where the hell is the commander if he's not here? Ugh, don't look at that. Age reveal when? I'm 20. Well, I imply it pretty heavily what my age is. Some people know. I had a birthday not too long ago. I'll tell you next birthday if you're around. If you don't figure it out by then. I'll tell you next birthday if you're around, if you don't put the pieces together on your own. Where the heck is it? There's gotta be like a door or something we're missing here. I think you'll probably figure it out on your own. You'll probably do the math. That's closer than the I'm not gonna keep answering though, because then you're just gonna keep guessing numbers. I'm not saying anything when you say numbers now. You're gonna keep guessing numbers then. And then eventually I'll just say it. That's too easy. You can't open this door. No more input on numbers. Okay, so I guess he's not up here. I don't know. I won't spoil it. A few of us are the same age, at least same birth year. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think more of my audience is older in general than a lot of like the commentary guys. I think I have a lot more. I have a lot of like my generation viewers. Yeah, and like the next. I have young people too. I think I have like I have a pretty good spread. I think honestly of like people that watch. Yeah, this werewolf might kill me. Werewolves are hard, man. Crap. Pretty good spread of people that watch. It's a good play. It makes it good because like, you know, I get to know what everybody like like what all generations kind of think and stuff. Lots of oh here, avoid this though. Lots of people will have in the current world want to get in the habit of pointing at a generation and blaming them. Don't get into that. If I was you, I avoid all group dynamic politics personally. Because it's stupid, right? You have family that's that age, and you know everyone usually likes their family somewhat. So silly. Group politics are silly. It's just a way to avoid you actually finding out who is responsible. And again, it's not Jewish people. Oh, here we go. It's not Jewish people. Okay, don't even. I don't think so. What did that do? Did I turn it back? Whoa. Wonder what that did. I know I'm rare in that too, though, right? Most people think it is Jewish people. I definitely do not. Oh, found it. Yeah, you're young people. This is New Doom Dark Ages game. This is Daggerfall. Daggerfall, boy. I should call it that. Bro, you're a genius. Yeah, hold on. You're a genius, bro. You're a genius. That's a great idea. Okay, let's put us in that category. Let's for now, let's erase Daggerfall from the title. I'll put it back later. I'm just gonna leave it controversial opinions, and then I'm gonna change us to Doom Dark Ages. Nice. Okay. I was just joking, but okay. Well, I think isn't that funny if somebody comes in here with that? Yeah, Zoomers love to do that, and I hate it. What, hate old people? Or what? What thing was I talking about? You know why I make that joke, right? So we're on the same page. Which joke? Which joke? Another fucking werewolf, bro. Can I heal? I can heal right here behind the werewolf. Okay, go. You ready? Fight a werewolf. What the hell happened to this door? Oh, that was the secret passage moving. I'm tagging him good. Come on. Yeah, that was scary. Almost died. Almost died. To you? Sure. Zoomers love to categorize generations and blame them. Yeah, hey, Koji, you know you're doing that. This guy, you're making a joke. You're making a joke where you ironically do it again, but you're pretending like, I get it. I see. I see. This isn't just a young person thing. No, he knows that. He's making he's showing that people do it. He knows that. I'm 90% sure he did that intentionally. Old people love to do it. You're correct, yes. You're correct. All generations love to do that, yes. I mean, it's a human nature thing. It's a human nature thing. It's a human nature thing. It's not an age thing. Because the thing is, we don't want to be to blame, right, for the problems that we see. Oh my god. So scary. We don't want to be to blame for the problems we see in the world, so we don't blame. We point to something else. Some other group to be responsible. It's much harder, it's much easier to say they're to blame than to say, fuck man, what can I do to make this better? personally, from my own level of power? That's the real hard question. And there isn't an easy answer, right? What do you do? I don't know. I'm still trying to answer that myself, bro. I don't know. What did that switch do? Freaking place. I hate the dungeons with these puzzles added in. I don't like it one bit. Because, like, I just want to kill the guy and be done. I don't swear I wasn't able to open this before. Koji looks like a chill guy. He is, yeah. Gotta drive home? Have a good one, bud. You too, Bowler. Thanks for dropping by, man. I appreciate it. But I mean, yeah. Yeah, Koji's pretty chill guy. Let's run and try to heal somewhere. Then we'll come back. You know what I think on that stuff, man? Keep people fighting, keep people arguing, and then nobody's a threat. That's what I believe. I believe there are forces that have tried to retard humanity on purpose. I do. And that's why I believe in we have to reconnect from the ground up. Like, you know, like I'm saying, like build our own little tribes from the ground up. And yeah, I know that's a lonely game at first, right? When you don't have a tribe. But eventually you build one. And then you have something. And if you build it yourself, you can be proud of it, you know? Really cool. And everybody that's involved in it can be proud of it too. And everybody can feel useful and yada yada. It's really nice. Okay. What are those lights over there? Some people do that, and I think it's unintentional and funny to me. Recently, my cousin posted on Facebook how people have fake Photoshop profiles, yet he has a picture of a fake animal and a fake name. Maybe it was intentional, and I underestimate him. It's possible. Whoa! Ah, this is it. I don't know if my take is so crazy. I just want people, individuals, to talk to each other and to help each other out. I don't know how crazy that is or what, but that's my view. I would like people to talk more and to understand each other more, and not think just because they disagree that the other person's evil. That's what I like. Because generally people aren't evil. There are evil people in this world, and they should be. Like, I don't know, you shouldn't have anything to do with them. There are definitely evil people, and you should definitely avoid them in your own life, if you ask me. Or even pay them back, maybe, you know, for something. But in general, I just avoid them. I try to do my best anyway. Okay. What? I heard, ooh, there's a werewolf behind the thing? What the hell? Please. You see that? What is he doing back there? Can I punch his feet? Maybe there's a switch in here? Something? What's up, Ollie? What do you even do in Daggerfall? Kick bats? I don't know, man. Lots of stuff. It's just like one of those open world kind of games where you can... We're working our way up the Knight's Order right now. I'm just trying to find... Look. We're 39. We just got the Gallant rank recently. I'm trying to get the next rank and then earn a house. Is what I'm trying to do. Then I need to figure out... Oh my god, there's so many skeletons. I need to figure out... This is pretty tough, actually. I'm lucky they're not hitting me. But I think my stats are pretty good now, is why. Okay. I want to find the monk order and join that, too. Bull's blood, red berries. I have a bunch of ingredients, but I don't know what to do with them. What other, guys, you got any other controversial opinions when you talk about? I'm trying to talk about controversial things. For the whole stream, I guess. Well, my biggest one I already expressed. My view of public school is my biggest one. And that communism is a religion, of course. I think that's my most... The modern... we talk about Keynes? Keynesian. Keynesian. We talking about that kind of thing? I don't know. Lots of people are crazy on economics. The heck? Can I walk in there? I can punch him. Is that him? What if this is the guy? And he's just like in this weird awkward spot like that. Big stuff while you play. Yeah, I mean, it's rough. But that's what most people do, right? In commentary, they play some game while they're talking. I normally like giving more attention to the things I talk about, but I might die there. But if I have to, I'll stop. If I have to, I'll stop playing. If I need to. Orphan Greaves. I can't remember if I carry that yet. No, they watch a video. Ah, okay. I know I've seen like morale play Satisfactory before. It's the main meta. Ah, okay. I know they want something on the screen a lot of times to look at. Alright, let's do this. Is this hittable? He's hitting me, bro. Come on. How's he hitting me? Can I throw an arrow at him? How do I do this? How's he hitting me, bro? If I can't hit him, how's he hitting me? And also, what is the point of this? How the fuck? How am I supposed to get in there? Climbing mode? I feel like that could be the guy. How am I supposed to kill him? I'm out of opinions? Okay, me too. Well, I mean, I got more. I just don't know what else to talk about that would be controversial at the moment. Most of the stuff people like to talk about, I don't really care about. I think a lot of it... Oh, I think a lot of it's part of the sorcerer circle as I describe it, right? Where, you have positive and negative, like left and right people, and you have them argue about whatever thing. And then both sides make money, people push their agendas, and in reality, people think they're fighting some kind of fight, right? Like for whatever rights, but they're not really. It's just an orchestrated game to make you try and do stuff like that, so you're never actually dangerous to the government or to the system. They just want you to fight over stupid shit like, "You're trans people, be in sports. Do you respect pronouns?" All that shit's intentional, if you ask me. Because, like, who really are, like, I don't know, it's not really a big problem that it seems to be. It's not really that hard to solve in a way that most people will be happy with. But for some reason, it is a problem. Because it's supposed to work people up, that's why. Talk about 1350. Well, okay, sure. So John McWhorter said that he thinks, this is a linguist guy, you can look him up. I can't get more potion recipes. Let me just look at the ones I have. That if you legalize, he thinks we should legalize drugs in order to make it so young black men don't get it wrapped up in selling drugs. And that's an interesting thing to think about that I've been wondering about. Info? Potion of shadow form. What do you have in? Potion resist shock. Oh. Do you need potion recipes or something to figure this stuff out? Not use this. Well, I'm not an alchemist. I do not believe in the arguments that like people are genetically like low IQ or whatever thing, really, like that's the problem in racial arguments like that. I'm not a believer in that stuff. I think IQ is too malleable, and also and there's studies that show you can increase it. If like if you take a kid out of a poor neighborhood, right, and you have him live with more well-off family, his IQ will be higher. Like they've done it with twins, right? They've done that with twins. It wouldn't work if it wasn't malleable. So I think the answer is assimilation of culture, and personally I think ripping out the public school system, of course, would help that group of people immensely, because they're one of the main ones hindered by it. The school to prison pipeline is definitely a thing, and it doesn't have to be there, if you ask me. Oh, I can't even carry that gold now. I'm so overweight. Can I carry it now? It's back. Okay. I also had this idea: take all public school money, okay, all funding, and divide it. We gotta kill this guy, right? And divide it per child, and give it to the mothers directly. Sell off the stuff. Sell off the school system. Sell off the land, and take the money and all the tax money, divide it up, divvy it up, and send it to the mothers directly. I think that's how you help poor mothers the most, because public school leads to crime and peers that will push them down a bad path almost certainly. And there's tons of studies that show kids that go to public school are more influenced by their peers than by their parents. Now that's debatable, but that's what they say the studies show. I hit him once. Okay, so we can't hit him. It does suggest that the point I'm making is just that there's a large influence by peers, which I think would be silly to disagree with, right? I'm not saying that it's actually bigger than parents, because that's kind of like that's not really, I mean, how do you really show that? You can't really show that. So I think to fix that problem would be replace the public school system with community-based schooling, where they can actually actually get an education. Make drugs legal so they don't turn to selling drugs. And give mothers directly maybe some kind of thing to help with the education. Now there's the problem like welfare kind of stuff, right, where like they have all these rules about, nice, we got it, I knew it was this guy, freaking knew it, where oh, crap, I lost my chain of thought there. Crap, let's find a way out of here. Oh, sorry, chat broke, let me fix it. I can see it here, but it didn't pop up. You know, 47% of people who let go from being arrested when they didn't commit a crime, black people. And you know, 47% of people who let go being a crime. People aren't genetically low IQ. What does that even mean? Well, I mean, that genetics aren't the only factor for IQ, is what I'm saying. It's a factor, but it's not the only factor. That's what it means. They've proven that you can take some, like I said, the twin experiment. The twin experiments. They've taken a kid that, you know, was predicted to have X IQ, and then they put him in like a nicer family household with the adults that have a big vocabulary, and their IQ was higher. So it's not just genetic, is what I'm saying. It's very malleable. IQ is way more malleable than people make it out to be. Yeah, okay, my biggest issue with crime is that most of it's repeat offenders. And also like the dishonest, the arguments people make about, like, a lot of the arguments around it are dishonest. Like, for example, they will say, like, crime stats year over year, murder is down now, right? Yeah, but that doesn't really mean anything. Year over year, from last year, murder is down. But if you look at murder and then you look 5 years back, it's up. You know what I mean? So it's kind of dishonest. It's just dishonesty. It's like you're saying words to try and trick people. And I don't like when people do that. Year over year, it's lower. That means, what does that mean? Not year over year, it's higher, is what it means. Like decade to decade, it's higher. Or, you know, a couple years back, it's way higher than it's ever been. But it's lower than it was, well, not ever been. I mean, the period we're in right now is worse. It's going up to like we're in the area of the, like we were back in the day when the crime spike was a thing of murders. I watched Chicago obituaries for a whole year. I brought that up recently, but I did. I watched it for a whole year and just read about every report that happened in Chicago. Every kid dead, every person that died. For a whole year I read all that stuff. Just to get an idea of what it's really like. Idea what it's really like. This game looks fun. It is fun. What's up, RG? Contrary opinion, vigilantism is preferable to law and order. Well, let me pitch you this idea, Ollie. I had an idea for, I'm thinking, because I have been wondering about, like, what about without the state, without a cop state? Is that possible? Is that a thing we should strive for? I'm just looking for an exit now, guys. We finished the quest already. We were looking for an orc guy down here. I think maybe the best model is militia. Like a local militia, young guys can join that have no purpose really, you know, and then they go around and they keep the peace, and then local people donate to them. They can give them food, they can give them money. Dead end again. Let's see why I didn't get out of here. They can give them money, they can give them food, and they get supported by the local community if they do their job. I think that, and then if they don't do their job, they start not doing it. You can get rid of them. You can hire somebody else to do it. You can start paying somebody else to do it. So that's what I think might be the ideal, is actually the militia. But I don't know, it have to really be tested, you know. It's pretty untested waters there in a lot of ways. But I think it might be the ideal. 70s violent crime explosion, yeah. I'm curious what caused that. Good question, I don't know. Here we go. Let's go back to Daggerfall. Yeah, play this game if you're interested at all. I've been having a blast with it. Daggerfall. You have to travel back and forth because the world's too big. Now, the downside is the world is all like kind of like samey looking. But if you don't explore too much, like you just explore a little bit, then it feels pretty big. The letter is pressed in your hand. You spin to see who gave it to you. You catch a glimpse of livery that vanishes into the crowd. Oh, I see. Crowd. I see. The crowd. Oh, remember to sell stuff. What was I saying on all that stuff? What I mean there is, we should be harsh on recidivists, though. And, like, I'm fine being soft on criminals that it's their first offense. As long as it's not murder, right? I'm fine with that. Especially juveniles, yada yada. I'm fine being soft on them, if it's their first offense. But once they're like, once they're recidivists, once they're repeating crimes, then we should be much harsher, I think. Murder though, right away we should be harsh. We shouldn't put up with that. Taking life is too bad, too much. But the question of death penalty is, are we sure, right? That's the question, not if we should do it, usually. Most people agree that you probably should kill them if you could know it was them. But can we know? Good question. Maybe that you need some degree of certainty before you do that. Let's wait a couple hours. Gun opinions? I think, oops. I basically agree with America. I think everybody should be armed, I think. There was a point Penn made one time, which was like, what if every woman, not every woman, what if half women had a gun? Then would that cut down on rape because people would know that half the time there's a chance the woman has a gun and shoots them? I don't know, it's a good question. If you got a lot of women that carry guns, I think it would cut down on rape and stuff. Yeah. I think everybody should be trained how to use guns. I think that's how you minimize like corruption and things, if everybody could use a gun. Yeah, I think so. I think everybody should be trained in like a handgun, like a rifle maybe. That's all you would need to do though. But I think if and it shouldn't be done like for sure, but like should be open to everyone. Like if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it, but it should be open to everyone. We should all try to train each other in that. Sentences are meant to be a deterrent, right? Yeah, they're meant to be. Yeah, they're meant to be. There's debates about how well that works though, right? Like that's a whole ball of yarn. For meritorious service and unserving loyalty to the ideals of the Knights of the Dragon, you've been awarded the title of Chevalier within the order. As a symbol of your fellow knights' estimation, we've elected to present you with a new piece of armor. Congratulations, Chevalier. Friar Tuck. Nice. Okay, so what does that mean? What did we get? Oh, remember to sell stuff before I take the next mission. They keep giving me armor, but I can't do anything with it, so I guess you have to go to the armor guy to get it. Rapists will just bring their own guns. Yeah, but that's fine. Like, there's still a large chance in that situation that they get shot, and that's still more even scales than before. It's still more even scales than it is if neither people have armor. Oh, Elvin now. I mean, sorry, armor. If neither people have a gun, then the man is in an advantage, period. He can do whatever he wants, pretty much. If both people have a gun, the woman has a chance. It's you could say yes, it's lower still, but it's higher than it was without the guns. Significantly. So it's true, but it's not a binary. It's not like them bringing a gun makes the other gun useless. Like a gun doesn't protect you from a gun. Let's see, where do I want to go here? The Emperor's Hawk Shop, I'm thinking. That's northeast. The guns are cool and all, but sadly every country with little guns have higher per capita gun murders regardless of actual murder rate. Yeah, but what about stabbing, bro? You guys fucking, like, you guys stab people like crazy, and then there's the suicides with knives are crazy too. Like, you guys are not free of murder, bro. Don't even pretend. You just use a knife and somehow you pretend like it's better. I don't know where you UK people stand on any ground on that. Oh, it's okay. We stab him with a knife. Oh, okay. And we kill him with our fists. Okay. That doesn't make it better. Okay. All of this. I know there's a whole, like, huffing your own farts about it, but I don't see how you're any better. Okay. We can't sell most of this stuff. Red herring, Switzerland, good example. I don't know enough about it to say. Let's just talk about our two countries and how many times you guys stab people. Let's not try and like make some point. Neither of us really knows the intricacies of Switzerland. So let's skip that fake divergence. Man, how do I get rid of all this stuff on me? Let's keep the conversation in the realm of things we both know about. What is it? The ingredients? Should I go to like a potion place to sell these then? Huh. Where do I sell the books and the where do I store stuff? It's easier to survive a knife stabbing than a bullet. Yeah, but this is all ignoring like the actual points I'm making. Like, you guys are doing what do you call it? Where you totally ignore what's being said and just make secondary points to try and like skew the so it seems like you're making points. But nothing you said is really connected to what I've been saying. Am I wrong on that? Am I really wrong on that? It could possibly reduce rape? And is there an example of somewhere where people really are trained to use guns from a young age? Does Switzerland do that? I don't know it well enough to say. Well, like I said, if you want to bring it up, it's fine. But if we can't really talk about it like you really know about it really well, it's just a waste of our time. Should I try a potion place? You're just trying to like shut the conversation down. In my opinion, bringing up Switzerland is just to try to shut the conversation down and not talk about it. There's gotta be a potion place in the middle, right? Let's try, I guess. Unless you use a silver knife and you were a werewolf, that's true. And what about the tyranny, the risk of tyranny? What about the ability of people to defend themselves against the state? You don't think that's important? Like, if you want to give up all your freedoms, that's fine, but why do you think other people should do it too? Like, I don't know. I don't see on what grounds we have a right to take away people's guns. Like, what authority do you have to say other people shouldn't have guns? That's always my question on these kind of things. What ground do you stand on? Like, why would I respect your opinion that you think we shouldn't have guns? Why would I ever care? Because I don't. Right? So make me care, because I don't care. Like, you guys can hate guns all you want, but I don't think you know what you're talking about. So, like, it doesn't mean anything. You gotta sell me why your view is worthwhile and it's worth listening to, because I don't think it is. Let's try the potion shop. Like, you gotta sell me on it. Because I don't really believe what you're putting forth. Oh, there's nobody here? What? Oh, there he is. Hello? Can we talk? Sell. Can I sell my ingredients? Yeah. Can I keep them or sell them? What do you guys think? I just want to sell everything. I don't care. I don't want a bunch of shit weighing me down. Yeah, I'll take it. What about South Pole? No guns for all there? Sure. If you carry a gun, you're more likely to be in danger. Well, that's correlation is not causation, Abby. You're making a mistake there, a big mistake. Lots of people do this too, where they switch between correlation says something and it doesn't. You have a point in that if that correlates, and you can show me that. I'm interested in that, but it doesn't mean one follows the other. It doesn't mean one causes the other one. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, that could be true, but that doesn't mean that the gun caused that situation. In fact, probably doesn't. There's probably a reason you're carrying a gun, to protect yourself, because you're in a more dangerous situation already. You live in a dangerous neighborhood. You partake in selling drugs or something like this. So of course your life's more dangerous. Of course it is. But the gun is incidental to that. That's long gone. Notice standing under the state. No, that's the thing they tell you. That's a lie. They say, oh yeah, the state has tanks and jets, and it's impossible. That's a ridiculous fake talking point. That they've fooled you into thinking. Here's the thing. What did they say about Iraq? What did they say about Afghanistan? You can never beat an embedded population that's resisting and insurrection and all that kind of shit. You can never beat it. That's what we said about the Middle East. You guys like are just for like writing that part of history off, but that's what we said. A government could, a hostile government could not take over something like Afghanistan or Iraq, they said, because you cannot stop a population that resists. So both can't be true. Both can't be true. Both things cannot be true. And if you actually look at what happened there, you see that you're definitely not right that a population can't resist a government with superior forces. They definitely can't. So no, you'd have to actually back that up with something like with proof. I know you just say like people just say things like the government can't. You could never stand with the government. Yeah, you can say that all you want, but in practice, it's not really true. A population that was resisting the government is almost impossible to actually lock down. The truth is, people are just not doing it right now. But if we were, you think that the government would just be able to stop us? And it also assumes, which is insane, that the army would want to kill civilians. How many actual soldiers would go against civilians, bro? Very few would actually do that. If it was push comes to shove and they're pushing the National Guard and military against their citizenry, most people would defect or go AWOL, like obviously. It's a fictional state of affairs. It's not real. How would you actually, to actually attack the populace? No way. I don't buy it. How would you'd be a world terror too? Every other country wouldn't work with you? Like the situation for it to actually happen would be suicide of the government. No foreign government would ever work with America that attacked his own citizenry. That would never happen. The government would have to be overthrown at that point to ever be respected on the world stage again. Like, come on. Don't be ridiculous. What's up, Bug Rub? I think guns should be legal. I mean, I'm generally against law and order and rules in general. It's more of a culture issue, but then there's a whole other can of fish. How can you influence culture? Yes. And now it's worthwhile, but Ollie, I do think it's worthwhile to consider that and to talk about that. Yes. That's why I'm an advocate of mutual aid. Like, I think we do need to have like a mindset of like, you know, helping each other. Like, let's go to the inn real quick. No, we don't need to. Of helping each other and things like that. If we build structures that take care of these things. I just don't believe the state should do it. I think people should do it. No, like the statistics. If you carry, you put yourself more in danger. Right, but do you understand what I'm saying? That's a correlation. It's not a causation. Like, the person carrying a gun probably is dealing drugs or something, so of course he takes a gun with him. Like that, you haven't proven to me that the reason he's carrying the gun is not because he's in danger, which is very likely to be the case. And if that is the case, then it's not really much of a causation there. It's the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're dealing drugs, right? So you carry a gun. Like, you could give me where the stats come from, but do you see what I'm saying? If you carry a gun, it makes logical sense. It doesn't really mean anything. Like, if I'm dealing drugs, okay, I'm living a risky life, but I'm going to carry a gun to protect myself, but I'm living a risky life that's dangerous. So, like, of course, people doing that, like, make the statistic, have more likely that if you're carrying a gun, you're going to get shot. Because more drug dealers carry guns, because of course they do, to protect themselves. It's logically consistent. Doesn't mean the gun is the problem. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't. That stat does not mean that guns are bad. I mean that guns caused it. From my view. Hey, can I get a number 9 common meal, Dr. Pepper Media? No. What do you mean? Am I serving you right now? Have you guys, have any of you guys tried this Daggerfall game since I started playing it? I'm curious if anybody else likes it. No. I don't want a night blade. We gotta do another quest. Oh, wait, let's see if we can get a house. Hold on. Sorry, sir. Let's see if I can get a house. I'm curious, like, what other things people do. You've not earned a house. Only the highest. Okay, well, what rank is that, man? Oops. Let me go outside. That's why they train them. People still work with North Korea. Yeah, but North Korea is taken over by, like, a religion, like a religious thing, right? Like, so if I agree that if America possibly, like, got taken over with some kind of, like, religious fervor that's similar to socialism, then maybe they could attack their own people. Yeah, but in that case, then everybody's dying, man. Like, America's fucked then, you know, like, in general, the fact that people have guns is a deterrent for the government locking everyone down. You can make the case, like, how much could they actually resist? But again, there's no bigger threat to a military than a population that's resisting. Like, again, remember what they said about Afghanistan and Iraq, man. They said it over and over to us. Were they wrong? Were they lying then, or are they lying now? Like, they said it over and over that insurrectionists, people that are, what's the right word for it? A population that is resisting the state trying to lock it down, or an enemy government, or whatever it is almost impossible to defeat. They've said that time and time again. It's almost impossible to defeat. And it's proven true. We've never really defeated somebody doing that. Right? Everyone has been a shit show. Vietnam was a shit show. The Middle East was a shit show. Every single time the people are resisting, it's a complete fucking shit show, and we don't really win. So, is there even an example of it working? Where the population itself is resisting the government, and the government actually manages to get that locked down? I don't think that's ever happened. I don't think that's ever happened in all of history. But I could be wrong. Maybe it has. I would be interested in seeing where. Okay. Their orcs are moving into fair Daggerfall. I'll be fouling the land as they progress. Will you help us in the purgation? No, because it's going to be another one of those quests like that. I'll kill, like, a orc king or something. Princess has been captured. Oh, man. No. Do you have any quests I want to do? Karen Wickersmith. The order has just been told a crazed orc mercenary. Yeah, we'll do this one. It should be easy. Are you willing to take the quest? Yes. Very well. In a dark pit not too far away, a cursed place called Trogkur, an orc warlord named Sahan has been conspiring with a group of renegade mages, even worse than the necromancers, to destroy Daggerfall. Perhaps he feels that he was wronged by the king. Perhaps it is merely the unreasoning hate that orcs often exhibit towards humans. The important thing is that he must be stopped before his blind fury and the magic of the mages are truly disastrous results. Stop him, Friar, any way you can. If you're not returned with the situation remedied in 15 days, if it isn't too late, we knights will do a job ourselves. Pray we do not let it come to that. Check DMs? Okay. Check them. Guns make us safer myth. That's already pitched at me from a dishonest viewpoint, Abby. Debunking the guns make us safer myth is already kind of a dishonest framing. Because it's making up a straw man. You know what a straw man is? It's making a straw man to defeat. Oh, my Chrome's breaking on. It's saying it's making a straw man and then countering that argument instead of actually addressing what people say and what people's actual arguments are. It's already a dishonest story. Because guns make us safer is not the argument I'm making, right? Debunking guns make us safer, that's not the argument anyone's making. Is guns make us safer exactly, right? So framing it that way is a trick. Because it's called a straw man is the name. I know I gave Perry crap out earlier, but saying something is a fallacy and just, you know, dismissing it. But I'm not dismissing it. I'm going to read it. But that's called a straw man fallacy. Hold on. Can you explain straw man fallacy in the voice of Christopher? And I'm always suspicious when people are purposely manipulative like that out of the get-go. So I'm already doubted. I know I'm not trying to poison the well. The well is poison itself for me. In the voice of Christopher Walken. People that lie have a need to frame something. People that tell the truth can just say the truth. Okay. Can you explain straw man fallacy? Absolutely. Here's an explanation of a straw man fallacy. Okay. Whoa, hey, listen. You're talking to someone, you got a point, a good one maybe, but then bam, out of nowhere, they twist it, distort it. Suddenly you're defending something you never said. That, my friend, is the straw man fallacy. It's like this. You say, hey, I think we should spend less money on space lasers and more on education. And they go, oh, so you hate science now? You want us defenseless against asteroid attacks? No. It's not what you said. But now you're stuck fighting this weird, flimsy version of your idea. Like they built a scarecrow, stuffed with nonsense, and started punching it like it owes them money. That ain't a fair debate. That's a cheap shot. It's rhetorical slapstick. So next time someone does it, you look them in the eye and you say, hey, that straw man? Got no brain. Just like the Wizard of Oz said. Let's talk about what I actually said. Capiche? Yeah. But I'll read this real quick. Despite comments from the gun lobby and its allies, guns used self-defense are not common, beneficial. There's no way to know that. See, again, this article is claiming an omniscience that's impossible. There's no way of knowing that. We don't know how many times. This is, again, why I don't like dishonest stuff like this. Because it always preaches from a position of omniscience we don't actually have. How would it ever know that? How would you ever definitively say either way? You can't, because there's so many times like a gun is, what do you call it? What are they called? What's the word for displaying it? There's so many times that would not be written down. So how would you know? You wouldn't. If you say you do know, you're lying, and that's what they're doing. Like, what is it called? Brandishing? There's no way on the planet Earth for us to know how many times people brandish a weapon against somebody about to attack them. We would never know that number. And to pretend like we can say definitively without knowing that number is dishonest. It's ridiculous. Sorry. Well, let's get the chat up. Your argument about carrying guns is a better option, no. For society, in general, yeah. But not, my argument is not, guns make us safer. It's much more complicated and nuanced than that, right? It's guns make us freer. Guns give us more liberty. Guns give us, right? This isn't about liberty at all, or it's about safety, which is not what's being discussed. It's a fake argument. Nobody, I mean, and again, it uses an omniscient position that there's no way they would be able to know this. If deterring mass shootings are here, listen. Despite arguments from the gun lobby and its allies, guns used for self-defense are not common. How would they ever know that? Beneficial or for society? How would they know that? Or efficient in deterrent in mass shootings or criminal victimization? How on the fucking planet Earth would you say these things matter-of-factly? It just makes me distrust that they're saying the truth, man. You don't speak this way unless you're lying. It's ridiculous. On April 13, 2023, 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was sent to pick up his younger twin brother from a friend's home when an address mix-up nearly cost him his life. After confusing Northeast, so they're going about data, but then I have to read a specific anecdotal incident that's going to make the case. Interesting, isn't it? After confusing Northeast 115th Street for Northeast 115th Terrace, located a block away, Ralph was mistakenly ringing the doorbell of an armed 84-year-old man. The homeowner instantly opened fire on the teen through a glass door, shooting him once in the forehead and again in the arm. Ralph was forced to flee for his life as the irresponsible gun owner decided he would become the judge, jury, and executioner, a teenager who arrived at the wrong home. Yeah, okay. If the guy that couldn't have guns, what's stopping him from setting a trap that kills the kid when he tries to get to the door? What's stopping that? Every day, 327 people are shot in the United States. Of those, estimated 117 die, while other 210 lifelong injuries. Yet despite the harsh realities of gun violence, roughly half of Americans believe firearms increase safety by allowing law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. Okay, they cite a source here, probably Pew Research, probably a Pew study, some kind of survey. Probably some kind of survey where they said, does it make you feel safer? And they clicked yes, right? Let me see what they actually said. Let's see, it's the actual question here. Personal protection tops the list of reasons gun owners give for having a firearm. About 7 in 10 gun owners say protection is a major reason they own a gun. Considerably smaller shares say that a major reason they own a gun is for hunting, 32%, for sports shooting, 30%, as part of gun collection, 15%, for their job, 7%. Americans' reasons behind gun ownership have changed only modestly, as we fielded a separate study about these subjects in spring 2017. At the time, 67% of gun owners cited protection as a major reason they had a firearm. Okay. Let me see. I still haven't found the thing that they're saying. Gun owners tend to have much more positive feelings about having a gun in the house than non-owners who live with them do. Well, duh. For instance, 71% of gun owners say they enjoy owning a gun, but just 31% of non-owners living in the household with a gun say they enjoy having one in the home. Who are they? Who are the non-owners? What does that mean? Who's that? Their wives? Their kids? Who? And while 81% of gun owners say owning a gun makes them feel safer, a narrow majority of non-owners and gun owners say they say the same. 57%. A narrower majority, but it is still a majority. 57%. Okay. Non-owners are also more likely than owners to worry about having a gun at home. Non-owners are also more likely than owners to worry about having a gun at home. Yeah, that's why they're answering the other question the way they did. Non-gun owners are split where they see themselves owning a firearm in the future. Majority of Americans say it's too easy to legally obtain a gun in this country. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty easy in some states. About 6 in 10 adults favor stricter gun laws. I don't know if I do. I don't think I do. There's a broad partisan agreement on some gun policies, but most are politically divisive. Yeah, that's true. Public remains closely divided over whether... Here's the thing. And how do you justify this? There would be no school shootings without school. How come we don't get rid of school? How come it's guns that we get rid of? There'd be no school shooting without school, but there would still probably be some kind of like attack or murder with if you got rid of guns. There would just be stabbings instead. And like we can look at the UK to see that, right? So getting rid of guns won't stop school violence, but getting rid of school would stop school violence, but we don't do that. Why? What's the argument there? Why don't we get rid of schools? If schools are the main factor, how can we still have them? How can we blame guns? How come guns are the thing to blame? Even though we know, like I said, we know that if you ban guns, then they'll stab somebody or do some other kind of attack at school. They'll do something else. So banning guns won't stop that. So why is that the argument made in response to it? Go down, it's a bit more engaged stats, sure. I tried to play DF without fast travel a few years ago on an old tablet using Magic DOSBox. I lasted about 200 hours before I gave up. It was awesome though. It sounds awesome, yeah. I like daggerfall a lot. I'm putting chat where I can see it, sorry. Schools are fundamental. You'd have to sell me on that, man. I know you believe it because you were taught it, but as a dropout, I think you're totally wrong, and you're like a programmed person that's never questioned your beliefs. For me, the belief that schools are required by society is when you're programmed with, and most people don't question it. Just like a lot of religious people never question their religion. It's an intuition that most people have never challenged. But I've seen more than enough evidence to suggest that schools are not essential to society. You'd have to actually gather evidence to support that instead of just a feeling. I know you have a feeling that's true, but I would need real evidence that that's true. I don't think you could make that case either. I don't think you've ever thought about it. Most people haven't. Okay, where was I here? This conviction is so widespread. Okay, so protection is the reason they own the guns. Guns keep it just as alarming. The guns keep us safe belief is growing. See, they've already reframed it in the article now. Now they say the guns keep us safe. It never said that. It said people own a gun for protection. Why? And then reframes it, which again, this is a straw man intentionally so. And I've checked it now. Check the survey. Survey does not say, quote, guns keep us safe, but the article does in quotes. So they're saying that's a quote, but it's not. I looked. There's no quote, guns keep us safe. They're making that up. Just as alarming, the gun keep us safe belief is growing sentiment. 2013. Now, you could say, well, if people keep it for protection, doesn't that mean that they believe guns keep us safe? No, it means they personally think that owning a gun is something that allows them to protect themselves. Those are separate ideas. In 2013, 48% of gun owners cited protection as a major factor. True. Americans report owning a gun for personal protection than 10 years ago. This dramatic uptick is no accident. They need a messaging campaign strong enough to counter the horrors of everyday gun violence in America. The gun lobby has massively constructed a narrative based on the myth of a good guy with a gun using their weapon defensively to stop disarmed assailant before harm can be done. Yeah, again, I don't know how you'd ever know how often this happens or doesn't happen. I don't know how you would know that. I don't know how you would have numbers on it. I know there are some numbers. Like if you Google brandishing a weapon, this isn't the first time I've talked about this. There's, you know, some numbers that exist. But how do you exactly say that how many brandishing things like stopped violence from happening? It's impossible to say. You're just guessing either way. So I wouldn't say that they like saved those people's lives or anything. I wouldn't do that because I don't know. How do you know? How do you say that? But these people making this article would say that. They would just say something as if it's true without any way of doing it. And that's why I don't, you know, respect it. It's just preach from authority, man. None of this is established. They did a straw man right in front of our face where they said it's actually about the myth that it keeps us safe, when the survey didn't say that. The survey they quoted did not say that. Summarized by the National Rifle Association Information Division, bullying saying, no matter the policy, our messaging continues to focus on self-defense. So their messaging is on self-defense. Okay. These messaging tactics, however, are meant to promote gun purchasing and deregulation of gun manufacturers, not safety. But does that have those contradictory? In addition, this manipulation of fear and perversion of self-defense, has had a devastating... Do you see how the way they talk in this article? How constantly they poison the well and paint the people they're talking about as emotional and or controlling, or there's no grace here. There's no grace. And I don't trust people that don't provide other people grace, because then you're almost certainly a propagandist with an agenda. Listen, this manipulation of fear and perversion of self-defense. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting, isn't it? Interesting. Perversion. It's a perversion of self-defense. You haven't earned that word, article. I'm sorry. By advancing this false narrative, there you go, false narrative. And again, the narrative is one they're saying exists. They made the argument exist, and now they're saying it's false. Very interesting again. Among the American populace and key voting demographics, the gun lobby has successfully blocked common sense legislation while again, common sense legislation is dishonest too. Because then if you're against it, what are you against? Common sense legislation? What are you, what are you, stupid? You don't have common sense? So fucking dishonest. Politics are the fucking worst. I hate them. Like, common sense legislation. What a fucking lie. You know that? How can you say, oh, my thing's common sense? Your thing is idiocy. Any bill you try to pass will be the idiot bill, and when I pass my bill, it's the smart, cool guy bill. And anybody that votes against it isn't smart or a cool guy. Like, it's ridiculous. And it's so obvious they're doing that. Successfully block common sense legislation while churning, interesting verb, churning churning, as if they're some kind of factory, as if they're churning out smoke, smokestacks, because of course they're the evil company. Of course they are doing that, while churning out a constant stream of messaging designed to increase American gun ownership and industry profits. Moreover, I would like an article, if you can find me an article that's somewhat like objective and not completely partisan. Moreover, the strategic manipulation of fear, oh, here we go again, and identity politics has made it more difficult to counter this emotive, there we go, I told you they were setting up for this emotive, provocative messaging with fear, with fact and reason. So they set it up purposely earlier in the way they were wording it. Look, this is all rhetoric. This is all sophistry. Moreover, the strategic manipulation of fear and identity politics has made it more difficult to counter this emotive, provocative messaging with fact and reason. See, we care about fact and reason. They care about emotions. They're just emotional freaks. They don't have any mind of their own. They're just freaks. They're just emotional, reactionary freaks. Yeah, sure they are. As a result, a growing divide has emerged over the past decade between states that are enacting stronger gun laws and those that are passing dangerous gun laws, including permitless concealed carry and stand your ground laws. And these are just bad because any gun law is bad. Contrary to what the NRA would have the public believe, more permissive gun laws are making people less safe. In the states with the weakest gun laws, guns death rose 46%. Now, see, again, they're not going to address this, but that's a case of correlation that does not necessarily mean causation. When you look at numbers, okay, do you know what are they called? Confounding variables are? Confounding variables are other things that could cause the thing to change that are not accounted for in the study. Confounding variables are very important. If they don't address the possible confounding variables and just say two stats mean two things, they are almost certainly not being honest with you. Because they should actually express, like, it's very hard to know, to actually say causally, this caused this. It's very difficult to do that. When people do that and they do that lightly, they're usually not people I take seriously because they're prone to lying. Common sense doesn't exist. I'm with you. It doesn't exist. Everyone is biased. I think everyone is biased, but I think it's the thing they tell us to dismiss your opinion. I think it's true, okay, that everyone is biased, but that doesn't mean you can't be objective. You can, of course you can, but it takes effort, right? You have to try to understand the other position. You have to look at it from okay, here are the details. Is it possible this means this? You give the other view grace. You try and understand it. You work it out. And you go, am I wrong here? And I think you can do that, and it's worthwhile to do. I think the reason they say everyone's biased is so you don't try that. Is so you just go, no, I'm too biased to understand it anything remotely objectively. I think you can understand a thing objectively, and I think you should. As a translator, I think my job is understanding and paraphrasing that understanding into another language. And if I wasn't able to do that at a high level, I wouldn't be able to work. And from that perspective, I think that you can deep understand things even if you don't agree with them. It doesn't mean, being biased doesn't mean you can't understand the truth, or see the truth, or explain the truth, or make a case for the truth. Anyway. Additionally, recently released from show that firearm homicides fell much faster in 2023 in states with strongest gun laws, while states with the weakest gun laws saw marginal, if any, improvements to public safety. Yeah, but I mean, again, that's not, you can't really just say that one caused the other there. That's a little dishonest. The truth is that guns are not typically used for self-defense, nor are they effective in deterring mass shootings or criminal activity. There's no way to say that, like I said earlier. We don't know about the number of guns that are brandished or what happens with them. In fact, guns are more likely to be used when violent crimes get stolen, result in fatal accident, or be used to facilitate criminal homicide than be used in protective capacity. Again, I'll look at the studies here, but I don't know how you would know the times that like it was a deterrent. Like a deterrent means that there's nothing written down that happened. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing written down. If you attack me, right, and I brandish a gun at you and you get scared and you leave, nobody knows that ever happened. So how do you say that it's never used that way? When we know for a fact, just like common sense, thinking about it, you cannot know that all those cases where that kind of thing happened. So how do you know they didn't happen? You're saying they didn't happen. You're denying part of reality when you say that you know for a fact that it's not increasing safety. You're denying part of reality because you're saying those things don't matter and they never happen, even though we know they gotta happen. There's an unknown number in the equation, and yet they're willing to say the answer for the equation. I don't think you can solve it yet. I don't know how you solve that unless we record every person at all times. How do you know that? How do you know how many times? Because all they're going to compare is the shootings, right? When somebody shoots somebody and kills them in self-defense is all they're comparing. But that wouldn't be the only time a gun protected you. Defensive gun uses, right? They're comparing, I looked at this study. They're comparing it to defensive gun uses, which is what I'm saying. There's no way you would know whether or not a gun is used to protect people just going off of defensive gun usage. Interesting. Let me see, what else is there anything interesting in here? The issue, Brayfriend in partnership with GBpedia. Right. So they wrote the article too. The people reporting on it wrote the article. Busting myths with facts. Myth busting. Rolling my eyes. Surveys conducted in 1999 estimate somewhere between 760,000 and 2.5 million defensive gun use occur annually. Gun lobbyists have used this upper bound to claim that DGU is not only widespread but also common. Okay, so why isn't it then? And again, I don't know how you account for this without counting brandishes and only counting DGU as possible defenses. I think that's clearly dishonest. Clearly dishonest to act like brandishing never happens. Using Klex and Gert's own accounting, David Hemingway, director of the Harvard Injury Control Research Center, showed just 2 years later that their DGI estimates were impossible. While the 1995 survey estimated guns were used for self-defense during burglaries approximately 845,000 times a year, Hemingway estimated that fewer than 550,000 possible burglaries occurred in homes with a gun owner present. Suggesting that for Kleck and Gert's figures to be accurate, burglary victims would have needed to use their gun defensively in more than 100% of the cases. Well, the fewer than 550,000 possible burglaries occurred in homes with a gun owner present. How does he determine that? How would you determine that? And that would be in the year in 1990? What they're talking about? The fewer than 50,000 burglaries occurred in homes with a gun owner present, suggesting that percent of cases, which is of course impossible. Okay, well, what does the link go to? It doesn't have it. It doesn't have a link for this. The 550,000 figure was reached by calculating 42% of 1.3 million. Okay, so using... Okay, 1.2 million was the number given for... For what? Where did he get the 1.2 million from? Well, I didn't see that number mentioned. Okay. So how did he do that? Why does that make sense? 550 figure was reached by calculating percent of 1.3 million. They don't give me a source for this. Why that works. They just link that as a note. The figure was reached by calculating 42% of 1.3 million. Where does that come from? What is the 1.3 million? What does that mean? I'm Googling this. Why wouldn't they link me this actual study on this? What the fuck? Why would they link me that study? Endnotes Community Sentinel. Debunking article endnotes. Okay. What's the number here? Where's the source? 5,500. I need to actually see the source if I'm buying anything. Okay, figure. Yeah, they don't have a source. They just say that's how they reached it. But what is 1.3 million then? What is 1.3 million then? Oh, it must be in the report. It must be in the Myth a Million annual self-defense use. Let's open that again. And then where does he get the 1 million number from that he just casually throws at us? What number is it? 1.3 million. 1.3. Not referenced in the document. Oh, there it is. Fewer than 6 million burglaries in the year of the survey. Okay. In only 22% of those cases was someone certainly at home. Okay. Since only 42% of U.S. households own firearms. Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's using stats from different things to try and say oh my god. So what he's doing is using some random study, right? Some random survey that says 42% of US households own firearms, and then using the math from that and multiplying that by burglaries where the person was home to say that that's all that was possible. But we don't really know that number is true. We don't know the 42% of US households own firearms is true. And since the victims, like, there's no way to know if that's true or not. It's just from a random survey. And since the victim, the 2/3 of the occupied dwellings were asleep, the 2.5 million figure requires us to believe that burglary victims use the gun in their self-defense more than 100% of the time. Yeah, the 2.5 could be wrong though. It might not be that high. But even if we do this, then how do we know? We could say that this gives cause to doubt the number. Okay. But then it could still be high. What do we know? How do we know it's not high? The estimate of 2.5 million self-defense gun use per year leads to many other absurd conclusions. That's fine, but how are we actually disproving it? Because this isn't actual evidence against it. They're just saying that number sounds silly, so I don't buy it, is what he's saying. For example, the number of respondents who claim to have a gun against rape and robbery attempts suggests that victims of these attempted crimes are more likely to use a gun against the offender than the attackers are to use a gun against the victim. Even though the criminals choose the time and place for the attack, most citizens do not own guns and very few carry guns. For example, the number of respondents who claim to use a gun against rape and robbery attempts as a victim of these attempted crimes are more likely to use a gun against the offender than the attackers are to use a gun against the victim. But he's dismissing that because he finds that ridiculous, not any real thing. How could the survey estimate be so far off? 2.5 million figure comes from a national random digital dial telephone survey of 5,000 dwelling units, in which slightly over 1% of the individuals surveyed reported that they themselves had used a gun in self-defense. So basically, nobody fucking knows though still. Okay. Okay. So, what have I learned from this yet? So far, nothing. Keep going on in the article. Defensively, which he finds that ridiculous because he thinks it's ridiculous. But he didn't really debunk it. Defensive guns use is rare and occurs less often than criminal gun use. Okay, now how do you say that? Where do you get the numbers for that? Since 2012, the Gun Violence Archive, which tracks defensive gun use through, but that's only gonna be when they actually shoot them, though. Police sources across the country has found between 1,195 and 2,119 defensive gun use annually. However, because more than half of all the incidents are estimated to violate the law, all the cultural differences in police reporting, not all DGUs will be reported to the police. Yeah, exactly. Which makes tracking of DGUIs extremely difficult. Exactly. It is extremely difficult. So why are you saying it matter-of-factly that you know the answer? While survey methods introduce their own form of bias as described above, more widely accepted estimate of annual DGUs is derived from the National Crime Victimization Survey, which estimates approximately 70,000 DCUs per year. But again, this would only be, and he's saying it here, man, but then he doesn't expound on that. He doesn't calculate that there's some we don't know about, right? Because he goes right here, he goes, it makes, along with cultural differences to police reporting, not all DGUs will be reported. And then he cites something that's just about the reporting of DGUs. And then says that's the number we're going to use. Even though in a sentence ago, he said that's very difficult to do. Okay, seems totally fair and right. That makes sense. Far short of 2.5 million, while still not perfect accounting of all gun uses. No, it's nothing resembling perfect. Critically, every survey that looks at both criminal and defensive use finds that guns are used far more often in criminal activity than for defensive purposes. Okay. But why does that mean it doesn't work? Why does that mean it doesn't work? Especially if less than half, they said the numbers themselves. He said the numbers himself. He set up the underlying contradiction himself. Less than half of homes have a gun, which means it's impossible for most gun use to be defense. He set that up himself. That undercuts that whole point. He says that guns are more often used criminal activity than for defensive purposes. Also says, to make his math work, that only 45% of homes have guns. Then how on earth would it be possible for less than half of the people to use their guns more than the people using it for crime? It doesn't make any sense. It would have to be the majority of Americans would have to own guns for that to be a valid point. For it to be like, okay, it's more likely to have an offensive use of a gun than a defensive use of a gun. Then most people would need to have guns for that point to make sense. In a study of 2 Harvard surveys taken between 1996 and 1999, David Hemingway and his co-authors found the respondents were 3 times likely to report having been threatened or victimized by a gun and having used one defensively. Again, if less than half the population has guns, that makes sense. In a 2001 survey of 5,800 California adolescents, probably 4% of respondents reported being threatened with a gun, compared with only 0.3% using a gun in self-defense. Again, this makes total sense. The only way you'd have a point about more people using them defensively is if more people own them. 9 times as many people report being victimized by a person with a gun than being protected by a gun. Again, it makes sense. Alright, myth: defensive gun use benefits society. As the title is now debunked, everything's debunked, you owned everything. Whatever, man. Study conducted by Gary Kleck and Matt Gertz. How do you guys read this stuff without getting sick? Like, oh, everything they say is so perfect, and oh, and my people I disagree with are such idiots, and they're all emotional. Like, how do you not get sick with yourself reading this stuff? As the time, like, it's so fucking deranged that, like, you think the people writing this shit think like the people that disagree with them are like emotional messes, and none of them are using logic to come to their conclusions. As the title and now debunked 1995 study conducted by Gary Kleck and Matt Gertz, Armed Resistance to Crime, suggests gun lobbyists view widespread gun ownership to be a public good. Yeah, but how do you debunk that? Because there's too much that's hard to track. I don't see how you debunk it. You could say, I disagree, and you can make your case for disagreeing, but how do you debunk that as if it's fake? The messaging goes that an armed society is an effective deterrent against those wishing to cause harm. This idea is so ingrained in the gun lobbyist movement that instead of addressing America's gun violence epidemic head on, see, here's the thing I hate about it. People are afraid to confront the real things causing the gun epidemic. They're afraid to confront the gangs that are doing it. They're against confronting the school system that's causing it. They don't want to confront anything, and so they want to do a fucking band-aid and take guns away. It's pathetic, I think, personally. Nobody wants to address the actual issues, and they pretend like they are. Like, we're addressing the issues, bro. We're talking about guns. No, you're not. You're letting the issues dwell underneath, and you're blaming guns. Some states have like you can look at like every incidence of gun violence and see what actually caused it, and it wasn't the gun. Like, oh, let's ignore the fact that everybody's like selling fucking hardcore drugs. And let's just talk about the gun. Like, it's so dishonest, man. Let's put this. Let's avoid the fact that people are like breaking into people's homes, stealing their shit. Let's talk about the gun. The gun is the thing. Okay. There's still going to be robberies without guns. So unless we address why we have a low trust society and that causes these crimes, we're not going to. Getting rid of guns is a bad idea. If we could improve the trust of society, maybe. Gangs will forever exist. What's up, Big Fury? Are you capable of forcing time to advance 10 hours? I don't know, man. Is there a reason you want me to do that? What's up, man? Welcome. I'm talking about guns, I guess. Reading some report. Gangs will forever exist. I don't think there's getting rid of it. Yeah, but you could reduce it. You're right, that crime is never going to go away. Sure. But that doesn't mean you can't reduce it. It's not a binary. We should have mandatory carry laws in America, and our society is a polite society. You think so? I don't know, but I don't want to mandate anything, personally. Could you not be together? Oh, what are we supposed to do? We gotta go to Trogker. Oh, no, wait, that's the orc. Let's go to, where are we going? Perrin Wicksmith. Wait, a Nazi driver wants me to stop an orc war and is trying to die with orc lives in a hole. Oh, it is Trogker. Trogker isn't here. You just stand and fight? Okay, what are we fighting about? Or who are we fighting against? Are we on the same side or the opposite side? You can join my side if you want, I don't mind. You can join my side if you want, I don't mind. Okay, we're going to Trogker. Trogker. Time to punch some dudes. You mean you didn't fill out the gun brandishing form? I think the idea is that you go to police if something happened. That's too late though, no? Like, I think going to the police is too late. Like, oh, you mean if you brandish a weapon and you go report it? I doubt that happens most of the time though. Like if I ended up in a situation like that, I would never go to the police. What the hell is that? What the hell is this thing? Bro? The police have never helped me personally. Well, except once. That's not totally true. Prairie Dragon Scale? One time they did. What happened to my shirt? Did it break? Why am I shirtless now? What happened to my shirt, bro? Why am I shirtless now? Did I sell my shirt on accident? Whatever, I guess. Monk life now. I just want to play the new Doom. Oh, yeah, if I could, I would, man. I put myself in that category. You think it'll be good? I'd like it to be good. Guys, let me know if it's good. I would play it if it's good. I've been thinking about playing old Doom for a bit. Because I never beat, like, old Doom. I beat it, we played on stream the first, like, chapter, I think, and it was fun. I'd like to play it more again. Just old regular Doom. I used Z-Doom. Z-Doom. I think it's called. Maybe GZ Doom, something like this. It was fun, it was a good time. If you've never really played the old Doom, I think it's worthwhile. I think it is. It's with the GZ Doom, it holds up, you know. Render as well. Looks good. No switch. You can play that for 10 hours, maybe. It looks good, but they won't let you upgrade a premium edition with a discount. If you're, oh, I heard that. I heard people have an issue with that. I was watching some video of, like, Darkside Phil complaining about it. I saw him talking about that. I think he messed up his install or something. Ah! Wait, where did I save? Did I save after I fought the giant? Oh no. Did I? I did. Oh my god, that was scary. Okay, let's rest right here. There's enemies? On this corner then. Tight in here. The difference about this game from like other Elder Scrolls is I went the same way. Is that you don't like really have potions. I guess you can make them, but I just use rest to heal, kind of like old like D&D games, like Neverwinter and stuff. That's what I do. I just keep resting. Otherwise, that's the biggest like difference in flow for me from, like, let's say Morrowind or Skyrim or something, is that I do a lot of resting. What the? Oh my god, these fucking orcs. How many orcs are coming now? Scary. So I can't get the early access? That sucks, yeah. I think the early access for more money is lame, but I'm bored and I want to know. Yeah, it is lame. But how do we stop it, right? People are still going to do that anyway. People are going to pay for that stupid shit. I think it's super lame. Like, charging people just to play one day early. That's pretty lame. It is. I guess it's like, how much does it cost? The game costs something, and then how much does the extra benefit cost of playing a day early? I get why they did it with like pre-orders. Pre-orders, okay, you're trying to lock in people's order. Okay, fine. I can live with that. Oh my god, what is happening here? It's an orc factory, man. Oh, thank god I'm badass at that, huh? That's scary. Okay. Now we can save with 8,000 dead orcs. $70 and Undertale Premium. Good guy, got you. Mike Matei streams old and new Doom and really liked it. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's cool. The Dark Ages one? That's exciting. I'd love for the game to be good. I'm one of the types that you can call it cringe, whatever, but I think most new stuff sucks. Oh, giant again. But I am happy when it's good. I like having stuff to play. Like, I like new games when they're good. I'm not like an actual like. I don't just hate stuff because it's new, you know. There's just not that much to look forward to for me. That it like I don't know, that appeals to me, to my taste. Doom does though. Very much so. I played the first remake. I didn't play Eternal. I assume it ties into Eternal's story or something, right? I remember hearing that. I haven't played Eternal though. I just played the first remake. I did have a lot of fun with. Is that a centaur? Doom Eternal's Peak? Really? Yeah, maybe I should play it then. Everyone should play indie games. Yeah, I think indie games are pretty cool, man. I think they're going to be a future in a lot of ways. Because I think AAA is kind of falling apart, right? Like, nobody really likes them, outside of a couple. And they dropped the ball. They spend so much on advertising. They're barely profitable. There's room for a market. There's a void in the market that indies could fill, definitely, and we'll see. Like, there's that French game, right? That French game has a team of like 30 people, I heard. That's wonderful. I like game. The game doesn't appeal to me because it's like, I don't know, just the style does it, but I think games made with like 30 people, I think that's awesome, because it means like they have a creative vision. They have something worthwhile. They have something to say. Whether even it's just a game, it's usually good if it's a small team like that. Let's grab this, I guess. Why am I so weighed down, man? I don't even have a shirt. What's happened to like, what is weighing me down 70 pounds, 78 pounds? 70 kilograms, sorry. That's what I don't really understand. What is weighing me down so much? Is it my casual pants? Is it my shoes? How do I have 7? Look. Dwarven Saber is 2. A book is 0.7. These little things are like, they're 0.25. Ingredients. How am I 78 weighed down? I need a wagon, bro. Let's try to figure out how to buy a wagon next time we go to town. We have money. Try to get a wagon. Since I'm so weighed down, I'm not even doing anything. Will you ever play Cult of the Lamb? Oh yeah, I would play that. Sure. I've thought about it, right? Because it lets viewers interact. Do I have to be on Twitch to do that stuff? The like viewer naming stuff. I guess we could multi-stream to Twitch. I have, you know, we can turn it on to do that. But yeah, I would play that. I'd play Cult of the Lamb. I saw a buddy playing it. I think that'd be a good stream game. Binding of Isaac, I probably wouldn't play. Cult of the Lamb, I would because of the because of the interactivity of it. That seems really cool to me. I would like that. What are you guys' favorite indie games? How about a question like that? What are you guys' favorite indie games? Mine? Does Disco Elysium count? It's probably that one. Isn't that wild? Like, I'm not really... I'm not really like a believer in communism. I believe in mutual aid. But I like that game, even though it's like clearly made by super hardcore communists. I like it a lot though. It's a really good game. I like whenever they like turn dialogue into like an RP thing. I dig that. Like a mechanical thing. Like I run tabletop stuff some, and I like when like we can do a lot of stuff that's like RPing that's not combat too, you know? Really enjoyable. And that game is basically that. It's only $20. Hollow Knight? That's a good one. Hollow Knight's cool. Dark Ages won't play like Doom Eternal, which was movement focused. Expedition 33. Yeah, I've heard that, and it looks good. I don't know. Something about it for me doesn't quite appeal. But, nothing bad about it, though. It looks awesome. It does. I just don't want to play like a long French JRPG like that, you know? Maybe I'll watch something about it and be won over and play it. I don't know. But right now, I don't plan to. How do I get back there? There's definitely a bag of stuff. I'm playing Clear Obscure now. I'm 46. I think it's the best JRPG style game ever played. Oh, really? Dicey Dungeon is so good. Dicey Dungeon, what's that about? Here's the thing. I like more when they have more stories to them. I think FTL is one of my favorites, to give you guys one. I think FTL is pretty good. And then, yeah, Disco Elysium. Can I punch these? What's the deal here? Oh, you can climb. I forgot. I gotta do climbing mode. Let me activate it. You like hold something. Maybe I can climb the wall instead and then I'll get up. Come on, there's climbing mode. I know there is, but I'm not supposed to push jump. Just crouch. Yeah. Okay. Figured it out, kinda. Can I not climb the boxes, or I can? Yeah, I can. Okay. That's it. Solved it. Oh, I already searched this anyways. It's not that long, actually. It's very solid, very little complaint. Nice, hell yeah. I guess Daisy... Yeah, Daisy counts. I would count Daisy, definitely. I think mods and stuff, I'd count them, definitely. If they're a success like that, I would definitely count them. That allows him to turn into a studio and blah blah blah. Does the guy that made DayZ still work there? I remember Drama. I don't remember if I'm remembering correctly, but I remember back in the day drama between the DayZ guy and like his dev team, and I think he quit. Does anybody know what I'm talking about, or am I making this up? I don't know. There's something like that. Some kind of drama with the dev team. Okay, what are we looking for here? The orc lives in a hole. Okay, we're looking for... the knight's... Stop an orc warlord. So he doesn't have a name. He's just an orc warlord. Okay. Okay, well I've been everywhere I can be here now. Check, double check. My only guys, the only thing I don't like about Daggerfall, the dungeons are kind of too big. And I turned on the simplified dungeons thing, but I'd say they're still kind of too big. Graphics wise, I love it. I love this aesthetic. I want to make a clone game. I'm working on a clone game now. It's gonna be like this, but in a cyberpunk setting. I'm cloning this game and Shadowrun on Genesis and Fallout, a little bit of ideas from Fallout, and I'm going to make a game. That's my idea. I'm working on it in Unity. Or no, not Unity. Godot. I'm doing Godot. And that's how much I love this art style and stuff and this aesthetic. I want to make a game. Even though it's totally different because it's going to be sci-fi, but the 2D sprites and stuff I think look really good. I think you could really make something aesthetically pleasing for not that much work if you did that. I really like the way this game looks. But obviously I'd like better sprites and things, like modern sprites and things like that. Okay. Check DNs for Dicey Dungeon? Sure, I will. The drama sparked from the removing a zombie model that looked like Dean Hall. Oh, Night left years ago. Oh, okay. Drama sparked from... Okay. I'm kind of remembering. Vampire Survivors created an entire genre, also Minecraft, Balatro, Blueprints. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Minecraft guy though, and I know that's almost like a sin. I liked it a bit. I made a pyramid under the ocean and stuff with my friends, and we hung out. And I liked it, but I don't really have any drive to play it anymore, you know. Like, I just don't have any drive to do. These freaking giants, man. I need to heal on before we do that. I don't have anything against it. I dug it. I had a good time with it. I just don't really have any drive to play it again. I've thought about it because Perry's doing it, right? I kind of want to be on that server with everybody, but I just don't really want to play Minecraft, fortunately for me. Okay, the rest again. What's a spinal? It's fun, but it's easy to get bored in. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. What are you up to, man? Welcome. Okay. Well, I was talking to somebody in your chat about yesterday about they were trying to tell you to go to college to learn Japanese if you want to learn it, and I was like, Jesus Christ. People want to say college for everything. Jesus Maloney. For me, Japanese is not a college thing. I know people with masters in Japanese, bro, and they cannot read very well. Like, it's the model of college is not good for learning a lifelong, like a decade-long language like Japanese. It just doesn't work. Waste of money. Yeah. Am I going the right way now, or was it down? It was down. It's pressed. Well, yeah. I don't think I need to go to college to learn. Definitely not. In fact, I think the most important thing about something like that takes a long time is drive. It's okay. It's personal drive, like routine. It's being able to make something in your life routine to where you do it every day. That's what you need to learn Japanese, and probably anything that takes a long time like that. It's just the drive to make a routine and do it every day until you're good, you know. That's what it takes. The method doesn't matter all that much. But you can use space repetition stuff like Anki. You guys know about Anki? Those are digital flashcards. I use them for Japanese. Anki, A-N-K-I. If you want to look it up. A-N-K-I. Yeah, I don't think no fossil. Spinal Force time to advance 10 hours. Yeah, I've been trying. Oh, what the hell, man? How many freaking works are there? Oh, come on. So many freaking orcs here, man. Fighting an army of orc. The last thing I'll say about Clay Obscura is it's like better Lost Odyssey. I don't know if I can buy you on that. I think that's cool that you're saying that because I love that game. I love Lost Odyssey. I think you should play it if you never played it. But better? I don't know, bro. I really love the writing of those like stories about him being immortal. It'd be hard to beat Lost Odyssey for me, I think. I love that game. Oh yeah. Some banger tracks, that's good too. That sounds good too. I'm just getting murdered now. Yeah, but I think Lost Odyssey might be Uematsu's best work. You think so? Uematsu? It's hard to read Japanese and English. sometimes for me. Because like when I learned Japanese, I mapped the Japanese characters to the pronunciation in my head, right? So if it's in Japanese, it's like, oh duh, how to read it. But if it's in English, then I try to read it in English, you know, and then I have to go like, okay, no, it's Japanese, and like try and like sound it out in my brain. Because you don't really read Japanese and English too often in Japanese. It's mostly like the only times you have to do it is when you're talking to somebody that knows a little Japanese and they want to speak Japanese to you in text, but they don't know how to write, you know? That's the only time you really read it that often. You do read it then though, right? When somebody's like, hey, what kind of nonsense would somebody say? Ohio? Watashi wa, something like that. Watashi wa Carl des. They'd write that. Okay, rest. There you go, thank you. Uematsu? Sure. Bro, I can't rest anywhere. I swear to God, if Silk Song gets delayed again. What's that? What's Silk Song? Who's making that? Oh, yeah. You like JRPGs, you guys? Or no? Because we do play a lot of those around here. I like, here's one of the reasons, here, you might be like, why do you play a lot of old Japanese games? I know I'm not playing right now, but why do I do that in general? Well, because I like seeing, the evolution of games, like, how, like, the divergent paths. In Japan, we missed out on a lot of the divergence. Come on. I can't rest anywhere in here, man. There's orcs under my feet or something. Okay. Kill those two and find somewhere to rest. And then go on. Okay. Okay, perfect. Save here. Don't keep her doing this. Save here. See if I can rest. Hollow Knight Seagull. Ah, okay, nice, cool. Uematsu, FF Composer. Is that the guy Mirai talked to? Mirai talked to some composer. You guys know that? Which composer was that? Mirai talked to one composer, like kind of regularly, about his stupid bird. Mirai's this member of the community that is very odd, has 1,000 laptops, was banned for a while because I kind of consider him a stream killer. Has 10,000 laptops, not really, he has like 10. He has 10 PSPs, he has, he's a very unique individual. But anyway, he had dialogue with the guy. Because the guy liked birds like he does. He's like obsessed with birds. So the guy has pet birds. I think that was the Resident Evil. Ah, okay. He was the composer of Resident Evil, the Mirror talked to. It's some composer, some big name Japanese composer Mirror was talking to, like about the bird though. Like it wasn't about anything like, you know, all that interesting, but it was about the bird. It was about the guy's bird. So it's like, it's a funny little thing, right? That he even found a way to talk to him, and that the guy's polite and talks to him, but like he talks to him about stupid bird stuff. L Odd and C Obes are both PS1 style games using newer tech they had available at the time. That's interesting. Utsumi, sound designer for Resident Evil. Oh, that's who it is. Okay, Resident Evil sound designer. Okay. They announced Silksong, but I'm trying to play in my peripheral. Can I do it? 6 years ago, at the point we got like one event. Oh no, this is, I see a giant. Peripheral playing is a bad idea, isn't it? Okay, they announced Silk Song 6 years ago at this point, and we got like one event for gameplay trailers, and they refused to talk about the game for some reason. Do you like what's the game? It's the series Princess Crown, Dragon's Crown, Odin Sphere. Do you like Odin Sphere? That's kind of a similar. It's not really similar, but it's like a cool platformer. When they had the company made a game on Wii too, I think. It was name of a sword. Something. Muramasa? Those games are cool. I want Schedule 2 to come out. Crazy. They're 200k sub channels dedicated to saying no Silksong news. That's wild, yeah. YouTube is a wild place. I'll be honest with you. Guys, I didn't used to know much about YouTube. I'm new to YouTube in a lot of ways. Like, of course, if you look at my account, it's 1,000 years old. So it's not like I've never used YouTube. But, oh, that's the guy. But with, like, actually watching YouTube, I didn't really used to do it. And, I only got into it. So people that know the history, we were big into streaming on Kick. I started on Twitch. Crap. For free speech kind of reasons, I moved to Kick. Because Twitch is like a communist hellhole. And then, I moved to Kick for a while. I found out it was fake. Got an idea stolen for a presentation. Got mad. They blacklisted me. Fun little thing. I had drama with the head of Kick. The guy's a liar. I caught him in a lie. He'll never admit it. Caught him publicly too. He sent people to bother me. Ay. Wait, Giant too? But anyway, so after all that, when I got to start checking out YouTube, I didn't really know anything about YouTube. So a lot of it's new to me. Because when I learned Japanese, I kind of like checked out from society, basically. If that makes sense. Like I was like a monk. You know, I lived in a an impartial immersion environment, intentionally so, to get better. You know. Uh-oh, I might die now. And then I started going back to, you know, connect back with things, and that's how I missed out on YouTube. Odin Sphere is great, yeah, pretty cool. I love Odin Sphere. There was a remake too, right? I didn't play the actual remade version. I played the original one, but nothing against it. I'm sure it's good. We're looking for the exit now, guys. We killed the warlord. Nice, hell yeah. That was rough, man. Let's go back to Daggerfall. Let's go have a drink at the bar or something. Daggerfall. Schedule 2. Should we play more Schedule 1 sometime? You guys want to see more of that? You know me, and I try to keep the amount of English games we play to a minimum. But we could. I mean, I could play that. Okay, let's see. I want to go back to the Knights of Dragon, see what rank I get now. If I get... Oh no, I just got a promotion. Hold on. I don't know why I'm shirtless, bro. I had a magic shirt, 37. I had a magic shirt before. Did I really accidentally trade it, or did it break, or what? I don't know. Oh yeah, I keep meaning to install the high-res sprites mod. I keep forgetting that every time I look at them, and they're all low-res. There's like a hand-drawn one that's supposed to be good. I want to install that. Yeah, so I don't know much about YouTube. I'm a YouTube noob, is that? In a lot of ways. Especially drama. The drama stuff, I always thought Destiny gave me like a, I don't want to say midwit, but midwit vibes. I don't know how else to put it. And I knew, like, I mean, I just never really took him seriously. I didn't see why people did. Because he just talks a lot, I don't know. He is right sometimes, but so is everyone on the planet Earth. Every person on the planet Earth is right sometimes. Well, sometimes we talk to people that just give you quests too. Which is interesting. Just checking. We get a drink? What does it do if we get a drink? She can't service anything, can she? Let's ask her about any news? I lied. I'm going to keep talking about Claire Obscure. Uh-oh. It's fine. Okay. Where am I? You can talk about all you want. I don't mind. Do I want a room? Oh, food and drinks. Okay, let's eat gruel for 2 gold. Oh, I wanted to buy a cart, right? A cart and buggy. How do I do that? Let's save outside and figure this out. Where do you buy a cart? Vintage Smith? No. Is like a horse merchant? How do I buy a horse? Let's check the Vintage Smith, I guess. I think you're better playing other games, sure. His appeal, I feel, came from not being a cringe soy loser, like most of the modern left. You're right. Like, he wasn't just like, he was thinking, right? He wasn't just going along with, like, whatever the modern, whatever the current take was. He didn't just apply the diet, he didn't just postmodern everything to destroy it and hate it. True. You're right on that. Okay, what time is that? Oh, we just gotta wait a couple hours. No, not that one. True. I just never saw the point though, too, you know? Like, I didn't see what I would gain by watching, really. I know people are like, okay, well, you want to listen to differing opinions. Don't worry, man. I cannot avoid them. I can't live in a bubble because my views are so different from everybody else's, you know? I'd have to live alone. So, like, lots of people are like, I live in an echo chamber. I can't because I'm too crazy. Okay, I would just be by myself then. It would be literally a room where I was yelling at myself in, you know? Okay, what can I sell this guy? The sword? That's it, yeah. Cringe soy loser lets his wife, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in the end, he still kind of was, right? The cuckery thing is not something I know people go like, don't kink shame or whatever thing, but cuckery is not something I really understand, to be honest with you. For me, I think I'd rather just like have a family, you know, like that's for me. Just have a family, and like the keeping the family together would be much more important than any like sexual thing. Obviously you should have like a healthy sex life, but you know what I'm saying. I don't see why you would risk that to get your rocks off. Yeah, let's see. Where would I buy a horse? There's a bunch of stores in the courtyard. Here, maybe. I love listening to talk. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say. I try to think out loud. My mindset about like streaming and stuff is just put my what would be my inner monologue on the outside. Cause like, okay, I used to be crazy. I'll come clean right now. I used to be really crazy. I used to be like, what do you call it? It's not disassociated. Don't think disassociated. Like derealized, they call it. Derealized and depersonified. I used to think the world wasn't real. Because I thought the world was too stupid to be real, and so I went crazy. Like I didn't think I was real. I didn't think the world was real. I didn't think you or me were like you were real. I didn't think I was nuts, man. I was really out there. And it happened probably, they say like the most common cause is like having family institutionalized, and I did have family institutionalized. I guess maybe like breaking that trust or something, like between like your parents having something like off with them can make you off. I don't know exactly. But apparently it increases the odds. Sell these books. So anyway, I would just like imagine in my own head, like I would talk shit about myself. I would just monologue to myself like it's not real, like who cares, and like talk shit about people and things and people in my head. So now I just do it all out loud. Like when I'm streaming, I'm not really, I sometimes have a secondary inner monologue, but not as much. I mostly where do you buy a horse? I mostly put it outside. I mostly say it. And I try to like think in a way that follows that too. I'm gonna go back in here. So anybody can play Schedule 1, but you bring a lot more with translations or even mods like this. Dingus, laughing with cracks, not you. Oh, uh-huh. Cringe so Now he is just cringe sexual degenerate e-rapist. Yeah, true. What's wild is yeah. But I mean, it's like a matter of time, I think, when you live that way. So I'm here for a reason, right? To look at his shells for a horse. Oh, I think, oh, you do buy a horse here like this. Wait, how much does it cost? Buy? I have the money, right? Yeah. I have a cart now? How does it work? Wagon. I have a wagon now. Bro, that's exciting. No more lugging around junk. We got a wagon behind us. Somewhere. What? I don't know. I have one of these. It's right behind me. It's right back. Okay, my wagon is right. I'm trying to catch him. My wagon is right. Nothing. Where's my wagon, guys? Is it in my mind? The wagon is in your mind. There is no wagon. Look, I have a wagon though. Right here. See the horse? Okay. Wagon? Is that my horse? No. Was this horse in front of me? Let's go get another mission. What's up, my adventures? Like an episode of Family Guy and Peter monologue his life for like 2 weeks? Yeah. That's what I do when I stream, yeah. Because I figure that's more, since if I have this, like, monologue and things that goes on, might as well just, like, put it on the outside to try to make entertainment and, like, if I share my thought process openly, like open brain almost, then you can see how I arrive at conclusions and things. And I think there's value to that, I think, right? Like if I come to a good conclusion, then I put the groundwork how I got there. And you can see it if you want to. If you don't, who cares? Doesn't bother me, but if you want to, I think there's interesting things to follow. I guess it depends on if you think the things I talk and think about are interesting or not. I suppose. Yeah? Carl, what's your opinion on white South African refugees? Really? That one? I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that stuff. I don't know enough about Africa, man. Like, I've read here and there about it, but I don't know enough about Africa. South Africa. Africa at all, but South Africa especially. To chime in on that, I don't know, man. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know the first thing. Like, you hear things, you hear all kinds of things, but I don't have any conclusions. I'd have to, like, read a lot more or talk to somebody that really knows stuff. I don't know nothing about Africa. I know somebody that lived there. Like, grew up there. But still. Most of my indie game experience was likely basically every multiplayer survival game. Yeah, I guess those are mostly indie, huh? I think I played every noteworthy one. Me too, I think. H1Z1. I didn't get into H1Z1. Alpha Rust, yeah. There was this game I used to play, Nick, called Neocron. It was this Japanese, it's not Japanese. It was this German, I'm just used to saying Japanese. It was this German MMO that was like kind of like System Shock or something like that, and you would conquer bases in the wasteland, but it had a kind of survival feel to it. And like honestly, Rust was the first game where I felt similar to that game. They're the only thing with similar gameplay that I found, and it's not the survival part. It's like the raiding each other and stuff part, like the end game. The end game of Rust is very similar to what you used to do in Neocron. You would capture bases out in the wasteland, and they would give you bonuses, and you'd fight over them. It was pretty fun. Alpha Rust, yeah, it was. Yeah, I played that. Yeah, Miscreated, Reign of Kings. I played Reign of Kings and DayZ. Yeah, I played Reign of Kings. I was into that for a bit. Anyway, Clair Obscura has a top-tier story, deep battle mechanics, both as RPG and as a rhythm game. It has lots of exploration and secrets. I love the music and art direction. You're your guy with 3 hot checks. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the aesthetic I don't like. When I look at it, it's just like... I don't know, they just don't grab me. They just don't... Like, the characters in the world just kind of feel a little off. I don't know. Well done. The orcs are moving out of Chagari, so your mission must have been successful. You're a truly worthy member of our order. What time is that? How late are we? Oh, we're even past time. I'm going to play a bit more, though. Because I started so late today. It looks like shit to me. Yeah, I don't like the art direction. I don't know. I can see why people do, though. Like, there are orcs moving. No. A fourth? What? Stop down. I'm gonna keep saying no. What you do? You're my 4th rejection. Oh. Welcome. My name is Perrin Wicksmith. The orders have been told a crazed orc mercenary. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Very well. There's a dark pit not too far away, a cursed place called Yetin's Web. An orc warlord named Dagatar has been conspiring with a group of renegade men. It's always fucking mages, even worse than the necromancers. Okay, Yetin's Web. They'll kill him for you. I'm trying to get high enough we get a house. But it's slow going a little bit. I'm trying to, like, you know, see what it's like to go up a thing. A faction. Get to the top. The strong female roles equal woke. You think so? I don't know. I think there's lots of badass women characters and things. I like when there's badass women characters. Like in Authority, there's Jenny Sparks. Any guys in the comic books? Authority, Wildstorm, and no, it's not Wildstorm. Stormwatch. Stormwatch into the Authority. You got Jenny Sparks. She's pretty badass. And then she died. Oh, never mind. Oh, this thing's huge. Never mind, she's okay. She lives forever, is what happens. Jenny Sparks lives forever. Too late. Well, the reason I brought it up is because there's another iteration of her that comes later. Because she's like a she's like a generational spirit or something. There's this whole concept of like these people that are like immortal, kinda. Elijah Snow's one too from Planetary. He's like he's a long-lived guy like that too, I think. They're kind of like magic people. She's one of she's the something of the century, and the century changed. Jenny Sparks was. It's cool though. Stormwatch is awesome. If you like superhero stuff at all, but you like to see like, I don't know, more like a proactive superhero force trying to stop crime and things, but like also Kimono. Should I put that on because I'm freaking naked? Then... Oh, they just sit in my inventory now. They weigh a lot, but they don't actually weigh me down. League of Legends would technically be an indie title, I suppose. Not anymore, but the early days of it. Yeah, sure. No, yeah, I mean, MOBAs in general are an indie thing, right? I think that's not. I think that's true. I think that's not outrageous to say. They're an indie concept. Oh, come on. I did save right before. How that's gonna go? How is that gonna go? Like, Dota itself, it was a mod first, right? And then everything else spawned out of that kind of stuff. There was, I guess there was a StarCraft one too. I remember hearing about Age of something. I mean, a lot of the genre mechanics came from custom games in general. So like, I don't know how much credit you can give like Ice Frog and people like that too. Who was the first guy? Who was the first Dota guy? I think Valve has the first Dota guy too. I remember them saying that. And then like the second Dota guy is the league guy. Something like this. It's been a long time since I've been into MMOs though. I mean, not MMOs, sorry, MOBAs. I had a good time with them though. I think they're cool games. The issue is you need like a team though. Like you need a team of people that have a similar mindset to you to play it. Otherwise, it ends up like a mess. There's so many Dota games I remember where somebody would like basically give up because they didn't agree with the like people on their team about something. So then the whole game, then an hour of your life is wasted, you know. And I know it happens in League too. I only played League a little bit though, so I don't have a lot of experience with it. But I played it a little. Now Riot owns that market? Yeah, true. Auto Battler genre was created in Dota 2. Now Riot owns that market, sure. Weren't they working on a fighting game? Did that ever happen? I know they bought like, they bought the GGPO guys, I remember. I used to be into fighting games, guys. Any guys into fighting games? I competed in EVO in 2016 in Street Fighter V. I got beat on stream by one of the Japanese gods. One of the 2D Japanese gods. I got beat though. It's not something to be proud of exactly. I mean, I guess getting to the winners finals is something to be proud of. But getting whooped on a stream isn't. On Twitch stream isn't, but you know, whatever. I don't know what's out yet. Yeah, I don't know. I remember they bought, so there was this team of people that made like GGPO, like the rollback netcode, that is used now by everything. They hired that team. Riot bought all the like gave all those people jobs, and also the people are working on like some robot fighter. I forgot the name of it, but it was like a one-button fighting game. Rising Thunder or something. I don't know if that's the right name. But they bought like the whole team, like they gave them all jobs on some kind of fighting game project they were doing. Now I don't know whatever happened to that. I wonder. They bought both GGPO guys, netcode guys, and a fighting game team, a development team. Thanks to all those jobs at Riot, sure. Woke whatever the liberal social order commands it. Oh, He's trolling. Gustav is a badass. I put all his points in luck. Play an expert. No guide seems to be working. Wokey was strong females, not the other way. Oh, yeah. Wokey, whatever. Yeah. Well, I agree that a strong female doesn't mean anything. What was I talking about? Strong female roles and things I liked? I think Storm was cool before now, like before the current age. Now all the X-Men suck, but like in comic books, I mean. But in the old days, I thought Storm was cool. Like in the old cartoon, pretty cool. I mean, I don't know. Almost every female, like a bunch of female characters in comics I liked. Ah, come on, man. We gotta find... This is the last mission we're doing tonight, I think, guys. I'm kind of burned out on daggerfall, in that I'm like, I just want to get through here now. So let's... Before I get mad at it, let's finish this quest, and then we'll be done with this for now. This freaking things keep suspending me in time and space. Fighting games are the genre I'm worst at. Really? I love it, but I've dropped it. You know why? It takes too much time. Like, to be good at fighting games, you have to train your muscle reflexes, your muscle memory in a lot of ways that I just don't have the time to do anymore. Now, I've thought about doing it for a stream, like learning a game for like a stream, like a story, like where I get back into fighting games and go compete at Evo again and try to place well, you know? Because I think, wouldn't that be kind of like a cool story arc, like for the stream? I've thought about it for that reason, because I wasn't too bad. Like, I feel like I could play somewhere and we could have like a cool story like that. But are they fighting each other? But it's just so much time. A lot of time. It takes a lot of time to be good. Like, when I was into fighting games, I had the time. Now with the stream, I don't. So, a lot of it would have to be on the stream, too. And I don't know what I'd play. Maybe Street Fighter, I guess? We don't quite have a game like Street Fighter V. Street Fighter V was the peak of... Not gameplay, I'm not saying that. Of people playing, though. It was huge, man. Evo was like there was 5,000 something people that entered for Street Fighter V. It was a real resurgence in fighting games. It's pretty crazy time. Uh-oh. But now there's not a game like that, like a flagship game that I could get into. Oh yeah. So I don't know. If maybe a new game comes out that is like that catches on for some reason, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Interesting, the genre I dislike the most is FPS, but Daisy and Tarkov are two of my favorite games. That is interesting. It's the elements outside of the gunplay that make both those games. True. Yeah, fighting games can be fun, but I think in my case, I'm just not that good in terms of learning and reacting. Well, Spinal, if you want to get good, man, if anybody here wants to spar in a fighting game, let me know, because I love doing that. I just like playing, and sparring. If anybody wants to learn and they need somebody that's like decent that can be a challenge to them, let me know. So the reacting thing. Here's the thing, bro. When you get a lot of it into your muscle memory, it's second nature, you know? Like, you gotta train combos, you train setups, and then eventually you just do them. Like, when I was really playing, I could do anything in my tool set, just like, once you start doing the motions, your fingers go through it, you know? And pretty much, I would say 100% accuracy, but I rarely dropped things, and it was just practice. It was just practice. Like, your actual reactions are important. They are important fighting, very much so. But, well, one, they're less important in the 3D ones. If you wanted to play Tekken, oh, and that's magic. Tekken, is significantly slower. Like, that's true with some of the 2D ones too, though. So like BlazBlue and stuff. They're slower than Street Fighter because they're like startup frames for a lot of their mix-up stuff is like 18 frames, 20 frames, a long time. Jabs in Street Fighter are like 3, 4, 5 frames. They're really quick. Some animes are comparable though. They're similar speed. From the animes. Oh, you call like BlazBlue and stuff? You call those the animes. You call those anime fighters. If you don't know. because they're all, you know, 2D anime looking. Storm was a street urchin that became a goddess. Those 1975 X-Men are cool, I agree. Then her street skills became important in Morlock. Yeah, the Morlock thing was sick, yeah. And Mohawk hair, yep. If I'm not having a legit heart attack in a fight in a shooter, it ain't it. You like the extra tension, you're saying? The investment that it requires in those other games? I'm with you. That's why I like that Neocron game I was talking about. Because, like, if you died in that game, you dropped your guns and stuff, man. You dropped everything early on, and then you started dropping just, like, your gun. And so there was this, and rare guns in that game were hard to make. You had to get, like, every part, and you had to research them, and then you had to put them together, and you had to find a trade skiller to do it. People hated losing their guns, bro. If somebody kindly asked me for their gun back, I would give it back. If they asked me rudely, I would try to find them and kill them again. Uh-oh, is this the thing? But yeah, I'm with you. I think the extra stakes are a big deal. And it makes it... What is the fuck? I'm gonna die to this thing, aren't I? What? Maybe not. It's a big deal. Really adds to it, yeah. I was able to do pretty good at BB Tag before I ended up dropping it. That's a good game. BB Tag, BlazBlue. I never really played it though. BlazBlue and Guilty Gear have a lot of like these little features to make it a little bit easier. They're good features. Like the auto combos. You can just like tap to do a little basic combo. You have like you usually have a universal anti-air. I forget what the input is of it. But usually you have an anti-air that's like invincible to getting hit from the air. Is that a golden shirt? They have some cool features in those games. You were talking about, what was it the other day? BlazBlue versus Guilty Gear? Yeah, I don't know. I'd say BlazBlue is cool. I think Guilty Gear... I kind of like the Soul Bad Guy, but he's like the basic guy. I thought I had a shirt. Oh, I do. He's like the I don't like that. I'll wear the kimono. I kind of like him, but in general, yeah. I play the Potemkin guy when I play it, because I like grapplers. I don't generally play grapplers, but I like them in the animes, because they're really strong. Like, I played Dragon Ball Fighters with a Z, and I had, my team had, what's the guy's name? Android 16? The one that dies? I had him, Tien, and, I don't remember who my third was right now. But it was Tien, and I had a good combo with him with the what does he call it, where he does like his hands together and blasts you, and then he can start doing it to hurt himself. I had a good combo that ended with that. And I had some cool combos and setups with Android 18, 16, the grappler one. Dark and Darker has so much potential, I think so. Catch up. You can literally start shacking, it's Android 18, yeah. Whatever the grappler one is, I played him. You can literally start shaking from a daisy. Yeah, sure. Be hauling that. Yeah. It's the extra consequences are nice. Yeah, I'm with you. Makes the game way more enjoyable. I'm with you. That's why I used to like in the old days, hardcore games versus like less hardcore games. Hardcore games usually meant you lost more when you died. You know. So I liked them back then. But game development in general has moved away from that. But there's luckily, like, there are the mod guys that made stuff like DayZ. So you still get the gameplay. Crap, man, I don't know where I'm going now. I'm getting lost in this place. Just looking for... I think we're looking for an orc. Yeah. Another orc warlord. And, find him. Hey, no thank you. Come on, man. Stop paralyzing me. That Android 16 was the blonde girl. Android 16. Which one is it? Let me look it up. Hold on. I'll look it up real quick so I'm not saying the wrong thing. Android 16. I'm getting a phone. I'm getting a phone and my computer's exploding. Uh-oh. Guys, I broke my computer. Uh-oh. Guys, I crashed everything. Guys, I alt-tabbed to do one simple thing and I crashed everything. Well, guys, I hope you had a good day today. I hope the stream was enjoyable. Can you hear me right now? Why could you thank me for a job? Can you guys hear me right now? Or is that broken too? My adventures? I don't know how Toriyama made a perfect hot Android girl. I don't know either. Guys, I need a feedback if you can hear me right now, because the thing is broken. Okay. We here? Okay. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Well, no. I think I'm taking tomorrow off. I might take tomorrow off. I'm going to try to fix my sleep schedule kind of thing so I can be on a little bit earlier. We'll see how it goes. I might be not on tonight. I might be on tonight. I don't know. We're going to see. I'll see you guys around maybe too. But I don't know if it'll let me play a visualizer because the thing isn't responding. The visualizer isn't responding. So I don't think I can really play a song to play you guys out tonight. But thank you for your time. And I guess I'm just gonna end it. I don't know. I gotta restart or something. See you around. Later, guys. I'm sure I'll see you guys around later if anybody's streaming or whatever in some chats. Later. Can I hear you? Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of technical difficulties. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you for hanging out. Carl is back. Well, I'm glad that he's on the screen. I don't know what I've broken with all the things though. All right, later, guys. Have a good day. Have a good day. I'll see ya. We'll be back either tonight or tomorrow at. I'm gonna try to aim for 6 to 9 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow to start the stream. Well, if not, it'll be the next day at that time. All right, later, guys.